statistics, and the CEO put it bluntly before us that it is the World Bank that puts the attainment of gender equality at 100 years. And I was wondering, what am I missing? Apart from the fact that we did not sing chairperson, we only got to do that at the end. Usually we sing at these gatherings. But I felt like there was something that I was missing. And it reminded me of a conference that I attended, I believe it was in 2015. And the then chairperson of the African Union Commission, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who opened the conference by asking a question. A lot was said in that conference. I don't remember much that was said. Very profound things were shared. But what I remember is the question that she posed to say, are we afraid to rock the boat? Why are we so afraid to rock the boat? And I think 9 years later, I'm not very good with math. I hope it's 9 years for real. 2015 up to now. And this question still resonates. And it's a question I'd like to pose right at the beginning of today. Why are we afraid, or are we even afraid to rock the boat? I will not waste time. I think we should ponder on that. For now, let me just outline our program for today. Like I said, it's a short program, and we need to keep to time because colleagues will be flying out. We are using the public purse, so we cannot waste money. So I'm under pressure, and by so saying, I'm putting all of us under pressure to try hard to keep to time. So we will start with a recap, and our CEO, Dr. Dennis Matotoka, will come through to deliver that. We will then move on to the first panel discussion of the day, and it will focus on gender, poverty, and the economy. We will thereafter just take tea and then move to our parallel panels. The green stickers will remain in the room, and the focus will be on gender, human rights, and the environment. And those who have the pink sticker will then move to the 7th floor again to attend the panel on gender and the media. After that, we will come back to this area, and then we will take the conference declaration. Then we will move on to the closing remarks, and then lunch will be served. From there on, it will be departures. So that is our brief program for the day. And at this juncture, let me just welcome the CEO to please come through and take us through key messages, key issues that were discussed yesterday as we began this journey together. Thank you. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Allow me to say all protocols observed. Yesterday, we had a very interesting discussions around different themes. The first one was on gender-based violence and femicide. The second was on gender education and training. And we had gender, sexuality, and health. And finally, the last one was more on gendered influence on power, decision, as well as institutional mechanisms. Now, the first one, of course, as we've said, is one of the biggest challenges that we currently have as a country on gender-based violence and femicide. And we had to spend a little bit more time to try to understand what are the issues and where do we go to as an institution going forward. Now, there was a strong sentiment that was expressed in the session that most women in the country have not really tested justice in the country. They don't know what justice is against the backdrop of the gender-based violence and femicide. The systems are failing. Educational programs are not meaningful. They're not impacting positively on the issues that we see in communities. Where do we go from there? It was further expressed that there is a need to hold duty bearers accountable, especially for the effective functioning of the NSP and the funding thereof. one of the most powerful things that was said yesterday was that whenever there is a pandemic, when we experience the HIV and AIDS pandemic, when we experience the COVID-19 pandemic, there was consensus and a concerted effort from all role players, government, private sector, as well as the civil society, to deal with those particular pandemics. But it would therefore seem that when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide, we have a snail pace approach when it comes to that. And this comes at a time when we know that at the center of gender-based violence, we're talking about the right to life, talking about the right to dignity, amongst others. Why is there a snail's pace in terms of that? There was a view that there is a need also to look at the role of fathers and the upbringing of children so that they can be responsible citizens of society. And there was a view also that we need healing stations, because it was then understood in this session that perhaps part of the problems that we have as a country is that we have not healed from the atrocities of the past. There's a lot of anger, there's a lot of depression. Maybe, just maybe, it's high time that we have different healing stations in the country so that we can deal with some of our challenges. One of the critical ones was we need to legislate gender equality in the country, because as it is now, we are using a soft law approach to compel the private sector as well as the public sector to achieve gender equality. Of course, it is well encapsulated within Section 9 of the Constitution, but we have not taken a deliberate effort to ensure that we realize gender equality at all occupational levels within the workplace. When it came to the session that dealt with gender education and training, a lot of emphasis was placed on the effects, and rather the adverse effects of sexual harassment in the workplace. That served as a barrier for the achievement of equity, of course, in the workplace. Emphasis was laid around the blind policies that are informed or not informed by the practical challenges that women experience in institutions of higher learning. The gender blind policies pertaining to pregnancy was one of those areas that was flagged. But it was also important that once that discussion was unfolding, we do not omit to touch on one of the critical factors that discourages the lodgement of sexual harassment. And this is where you experience malafide complaints. Because when you lodge a malafide complaint, basically you undermine the trauma and the agony of the true victims of sexual harassment. And it's something that we need to take going forward out of this session as well. There was a strong sentiment also that we are not lodging these complaints because we need to protect the image of the institutions. Because these are corporate institutions, these are institutions of higher learning, therefore there is a need to protect. Is that enough for us why we are not taking these matters forward? The jurisprudence that has been laid in the country is very much clear, that there is a duty that is placed upon an employer to investigate timeously sexual harassment complaints. There's a clear code that really outlines the role and responsibilities of the employer. And the jurisprudence has clearly indicated the punitive costs and measures that can be imposed for failing to discharge that responsibility as an employer. Is this enough? Why do we continue to see the influx of sexual harassment? Why do we continue to see people not reporting sexual harassment cases? We then dealt with a session on gender, sexuality, and health. And this session takes place at a time, just literally yesterday, the President was indicating the intention to sign into law the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. And as you know, the bill itself seeks to address a lot of issues, including sexual misconduct of educators. The issue of comprehensive sexual education also comes into play there. Are we getting there? Is this sufficient? Would this help us with the different ideologies pertaining to sexual education or sex education, health education, when it comes to issues of in basic education? Because as a country, we have moved from having topics that are taboos because of the current wave of violations that we see in society. Will the Bella legislation, if it's enacted to law, be sufficient to address the current challenges that we have as a society? There was a strong sentiment that language must be relooked when it comes to abortion or termination of pregnancy, because you remove certain contexts or terminologies, then it loses meaning in terms of what it aimed to achieve. So a discussion was around whether we should be referring to this termination of pregnancy as is, or we should move away from the concept of abortion because of the stigma that is attached to the concept. But of course, we know that, again, as a country, we experience a lot of challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic when it came to access of termination of pregnancy services by the Department of Health. Because a lot of focus, truly speaking, was on dealing with the pandemic, but we know that as the CGE, we received even an influx of complaints where women could not access these services during that era. What must be done during when a vis major happens? When a vis major happens, what must happen to basic rights that have been guaranteed in terms of Termination of Pregnancy Act? As society evolves, we need to evolve as well in terms of legislation and legislative prescripts. And as such, there is a definite need to have queer health education. We need to have data around queer health in the country. The view expressed was that SA is not coming to the party, and therefore, when it comes to hormonal treatment for trans persons, that is not addressed accordingly. So therefore, also the issue around gender ideologies and education system, hopefully it will be one of the areas that we tackle going forward. But the question still stands, will the Bella legislation address some of this? And we cannot move away, or rather we could not move away from the discussions around health without touching one of the critical investigations that the CGE is in handling. That is the issue of coerced and or forced sterilization, where we know that at the core of sterilization of women, it is the right to dignity. And I must take you back to 1995, when we had the first case that dealt with death penalty in the country, in the case of State versus Magwanyan. In that particular matter, the courts pronounced that even the recidivists in this country have a right to dignity. You do not strip away the right to dignity because a person is deemed to be a recidivist or a psychopath. Those persons, as pronounced in that court, they are still entitled to the right to dignity. How about women who just go and say, we need medical health care? So sterilization of women itself, it infringes on basic constitutional rights that have been guaranteed by the Constitution. The last session, of course, dealt with the gendered influence, decision-making, and institutional mechanisms. One of the factors that hinders the progression of women, persons with disabilities in leadership positions, particularly in the public and the private sector, is the element of tokenism and gatekeeping. And it reminded me of one of the cases that the BBBE Commission handled some several years ago, because we know that the attainment of the BE status requires you to have representation in terms of vulnerable groups. And they dealt with a matter where a secretary who did not even know that she's a shareholder was registered as a shareholder, but was not even receiving the proceeds. And the company in question was making a lot of money because of that. But they used her status as a black woman in particular for them to elevate their qualification as an institution. So that is fronting at its best, and it undermines the steps that we want to achieve as a country to have meaningful transformation where vulnerable groups can be put on the same pedestal with those that were previously advantaged. So we therefore appreciated in that session that tokenism and gatekeeping is often used to circumvent the mainstreaming of women into managerial positions, both in the public and the private sector. I think it was the speaker who said of KZN that you are holding a position knowing very well that somebody is coming to hold that position in no time. Therefore, it is such practices coming out of that session that appreciated that tokenism, gatekeeping, and fronting undermines the true mainstreaming of African women or women generally in South Africa. But then there was a sentiment that we need to look at how we craft policies, how we design policies. We need to design policies that have clear objectives that will result in that meaningful transformation. And some of the work that we have done as an institution demonstrate that when it comes to policy development, it is often a cut and paste process, which says that those that are in the forefront of policy development, they themselves do not understand what needs to be contained in such policies. So we need to redesign policies so that we move away from formal equality but to substantive equality that should be enjoyed by everyone in the country. We have wrapped the session in that way, everyone, and we are hoping that today we would have more deliberations that will help us to have a deeper understanding around the factors that hinders the progression or the mainstreaming of gender equality in the country. I thank you.
Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you very much, CEO. I think you have eloquently and succinctly captured all the key emerging issues from day one of the conference. And I think we can all agree that you highlight key issues as hanging or being anchored on patriarchy and the human hierarchy that it creates. I think we heard yesterday that patriarchy creates a hierarchy whereby women are placed at the very bottom and are unable to experience the world in their full human nature. You've highlighted the systems of power, the racism that lingers on, the capitalistic system, legislative gaps, as well as pitfalls within our institutional mechanisms. And there also seems to be an agreement that there is a pact that exists among a certain group in our society, a pact that exists to keep and withhold the power, and it doesn't want to lose it. So these systems then keep on going around in a circle and being reinforced in society. I will not waste your time, colleagues. I think we should move on to the very first panel that we have. I will call upon our moderator for the session. It will be kept here in the room. Commissioner Subrayan Naidu, I welcome you. And with that, I will say, kindly introduce all the panelists. I hand over to you now. The reins are with you, Com. A round of applause as she takes the stage. Thank you very much. I think we should just continue where Tepang left us. He said, until they reach the stage, we clap. Until they sit down, we clap. Let's continue in that fashion. Over to you, Com.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. This morning, I'm going to be moderating the session on gender, poverty, and the economy. Joining me today will be the following panelists. Ms. Busi Sibieko. Can you make your way to the... Give her a round of applause. our very own former Commissioner, Dr. Janine Hicks. Ms. Isabel Fry. Ms. Safia Khan. And apologies if I'm pronouncing the next panelist's name incorrectly, Ms. Glenda Setshedi. Thank you very much. Just a few rules of our engagement panelists. You will be each given 3 minutes for opening remarks. I have a timekeeper in the audience. You will hear a buzzer at the end of 3 minutes, and you will be given a further 60 seconds to round up. All right? We will then go into an interactive session where I will pose a question to you, and you will then give me your feedback on that. And then we can have, if time permits, Chairperson, we can have a closing remarks from the panelists. Thank you. Gender poverty and the economy. As part of the overall systemic exclusionary measures implemented during apartheid was the exclusion of black persons from the formal economy, and black women suffered disproportionately under these measures. The restriction of women in the Group Areas Act, the Native Land Act, and the creation and establishment of a homeland restricted the travel of women and access to trade opportunities and restricted them to activities within their homeland. Current legislation protects the formal sector, but the question that remains, who protects the informal sector? Arguments will be raised that the Department of Trade and Industry has strategies in place. However, are these adequate to protect the informal trade? We're going to open the discussion this morning by giving an opportunity to our panelists to address the informal market in opening remarks. We will start on my left and proceed thereafter. Remember, panelists, your time is 3 minutes. You will hear a buzzer. Thereafter, you have 60 seconds, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, morning. Let me start by saying all protocol observed. My name is Glenda, and I think I sit on this panel because I'm currently involved with development and incubation of startups in local townships, and I think that's not mentioned in the bio. But one thing that I wanted to open up my conversation with is we don't tell enough stories of black women succeeding, and I think we're not intentional about it. I was actually speaking to Valerie at the moment, just before the conference, to say our generation was running away from the cover woman who was either had children on her back and a bucket on her head, right? Which meant that we had to choose between the two. You could never be a woman, a mom, a successful mom, married, and still be able to choose education and still be successful in that right. It was almost like you were given running away from being that woman on the cover and choosing to be in academia or in business. And I think when I go back to the development of SMMEs, we find this a lot. The conversations at the bottom with informal traders, whether be it women or anything, they don't have access to information because women who do make it don't have the responsibility to go back to their communities and actually open up passage or doorways for women to actually access these platforms. So I think with that being said, I also want to draw back on just some of the and key experiences from my personal experience, which is excellence, excellence is classified as black excellence. It's almost like we need to say women excellence, as if excellence has a particular bracket that it fits in. And I think we don't speak a lot about the fact that we could say, apart from saying women excellence, to just saying she is excellent in what she does. And move away from particularly saying women excellence or having, that bracket of women in tech, as almost like it's something that cannot be done. And I think with informal traders, we don't also speak about the process of succession beyond becoming an informal trader, that education is not accessible at the bottom, not at all. With the current number of of startups that we incubate, out of the 730, some of them have remained small startups for almost 10 years. I mean, that's enough time to graduate from being an SMME into a macro company, but you have remained a startup. And those are the conversations that we need to be asking, that yes, they're led by women, but why are we not having the conversation of them growing beyond SMMEs? And those are the industries that could actually make a change. I mean, I want to actually give spotlight on a story recently, on a conversation that we recently had. There are two girls that I met from Hammanskraal. They're called them Patlele twins. They have a digital X-ray glass innovation. And this was simply because they sat in a healthcare space and waited 4 hours to get an X-ray glass.
60
Woo,
seconds
that's mine,
to round
60
up.
seconds. And the story of the Patlele twins, they came back from Turkey, and nobody recognized that these were young female innovators. They came back and nothing was said. When I came back from the US in terms of the Mandela Washington Fellowship, I was intentional about finding out why is it that we're not celebrating the innovation of these young girls. And this is where I found out the journey that they had to travel from Hammanskraal all the way to Makers Valley in Braamfontein just to create a prototype. So we're not intentional about making sure that these spaces are accessible to women.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Busi Sibeko, and I'm just going to be talking about the informal economy as a function of the macroeconomic order. Feminist economists have argued that sustaining capitalist production depends on more activities than what occur within the sphere of the market. So traditionally, we know the formal sector, production, and a lot of people forget that there's the non-market activities, which some people might argue the informal economy lies here, right? The economy, advanced by mainstream economics as merely a site of production and market-based activities, obscures the extensive social relations that are also essential for the reproduction of capital and the labor force. Feminist approaches to macroeconomic policy show gender relations as embedded in all social relations. So when we think about the informal economy and who is there, we must think about how macroeconomics reproduces the structural injustices that we see in our economy. I wanted to take you back to this quote by Silva Federici, which I think is very important. She says, the construction of a new patriarchal order, the making of women the servants of the male workforce, was a major aspect of capitalist development. On its basis, a new sexual division of labor could be enforced that differentiated that only the tasks that women and men should perform, but their experiences, their lives, their relation to capital and to other sectors of the working class. Thus, no less the intentional division of labor, the sexual division of labor was above all a power relation, a division within the workforce while being an immense boost to capital accumulation. So we must think about how the informal sector exists as a boost to capital accumulation. I'm going to talk about what one of our biggest threats in our economy are currently, which is austerity. We've spoken here, people talking about we don't have the resources and so forth, but there are alternatives, and austerity is a political economy decision. There's a lot of evidence internationally that shows that austerity reinforces the existing structural inequalities. So where we are seeing informal economy in our economy, right, in our society, it is likely to be reproduced with the current budgets that we're implementing, the political economy choice to continuously reproduce neoliberal, financialized capitalism. So the informal economy will continue to be reproduced with women in particular being there. I don't know how much time I've got left. I know 3 minutes is like short. But anyway, to end my last sentence is to say economies are path dependent, and governments through planning, policies and budgets can effect the change to the distribution of income, the allocation of finance towards productive investment and industrial transformation. And so the decision to deliberately not necessarily tackle the informal economy, and particularly through budgets, to tackle unpaid care work through budgets, to tackle underpaid work of women through budgets, the radical redistribution of resources happens through budget policy. And I think I want to just emphasize that we started using budgets as an accounting exercise, but they're actually economic policy, and economic policy has the power to dismantle, to reproduce, or worsen structural inequalities.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Isabel Fry, and I'm the founding and executive director of the Social Policy Initiative. And I'd just like to do a shout out to my team who are sitting in the audience. Thanks very much for this invitation. So at SPY, we intentionally use research and advocacy in order to promote a more just and equitable society with women in mind. So my 3 minutes, which start now, just going to look at building on what the previous two speakers have said. I mean, if you look at the small business SMME sector in South Africa, we can see, and I'm using the CIFA Corporate Annual Performance Plan 2023-2024, that just 26% of SMMEs are formally registered. So more than 70% are operating in the informal economy. We also know that only 34% of SMME owners employ other people. So 66% are own account workers, which in essence are survivalist workers, people who are not able to earn salaried income and who are forced out into informal activities. Now, if we look at unemployment rates in South Africa, we know that South Africa's got the highest unemployment rate in the world, but that's much higher amongst women. So while men have an unemployment rate of 40%, which is shocking and staggering, women are living with an unemployment rate of 46%. And so those women who are caregivers are needing to earn income in different ways. Now, why does this continue the inequality for women? It does so because if we look at the breakdown of employment in South Africa, 55% of households earn income from employment. 23% the primary income source are social grants, and others 10% are businesses. So then we look at the distinction in employment income, and we see that households that are headed by women that are dependent on employment income have only 25% of the level of income of the same households that are headed by male workers. So in essence, there is a three-quarter income differential from women-headed households to male-headed households, which is highly significant when you see that 45% of children are raised in women-headed households. So not only are women earning less and more likely to be unemployed, but also the bulk of children are raised by households headed by women. So the additional cost of care, the additional cost of ensuring that children have a safe environment are, again, an obstacle to women raising enough income. I think if you look at the question of where women are employed as well, that's significant. So of the 7.4 million women who are employed in South Africa, 5.1 million are employed in the formal sector, but that includes 1 million women who are working in the informal economy and another 900,000 women who are working in either as farm workers or within the domestic economy. And so again, the types of employment and the kind of income that's being earned are significantly lower. And so if we then look at the levels of grant income, because we often get told that there's a dependency amongst grants and that women are sitting back not doing anything. Compared to the national minimum wage, which is 4,600 Rand per month, we look at the various grant incomes. Child support grant, which is received by 13 million children, is only 530 Rand per month. And the old age pension is only 2,180. So you compare that just to the minimum wage, and we can see that the differential in terms of income earning, women earn incredibly much lower rates than men. So then we look, I just want to conclude by looking at the 370 grant. I think just to begin with, every person in this country is entitled to social security in their own right. And the concerns that we have in our feminist analysis of grant income is that women are generally receive it only as caregivers. So it's your reproductive rights that are awarded, rather than the fact that you have an integrity as a human being, as a woman, and should be receiving income in that. So the 370 Rand, which is the Social Relief of Distress grant. We know from recent figures that 9 million women were applied for it in the month of April, whereas only 7 million men. So we can already see that women are far more dependent on it. At SPY, we produced a movie with UNICEF on the uses of the 350 grant as it was then. every single beneficiary that we that we interviewed, used the money to try and start a new business. And that was amazing. And I mean, you could see, like, from women selling ice lollies on the side of the road. And yet, as soon as you start earning money, Treasury takes it away because you exceed the means test. So we believe that universal access to income is the way to ensure women are able to move forward in the informal economy.
I feel like we're speed dating here. Thank you. But happily, the input that I would like to make builds on the inputs and the information that has been shared already. So my name is Janine Hicks. I'm from UKZN School of Law. But I also sit on the South African Law Reform Commission Project 143 on maternity and parental care and benefits for self-employed workers. And the input I'd like to share is how this privileging of the formal economy impacts then on the discrimination of women in the informal economy, in policy choices that are made by the state and their working conditions. And I'd like to offer information and a solution in that regard. So the core issue is that when we look at our social security for workers, it's framed in accordance with the rights of employees. So only people who are formally recognized by our labor legislation as an employee, in other words, having an employer, being in a formal employment relationship, can contribute to UIF and therefore can claim unemployment insurance and can claim paid maternity leave, and if you're a partner of such person, have access to parental leave. So the implications then of that for women, for own account workers, for women who are in the informal economy, means that they have no access to social security. There is no paid maternity leave. And yet we have constitutional guarantees to social security. We're signatory to all kinds of conventions and treaties in relation to maternity benefits, and the impact on those households and on those workers and the kinds of sexual and reproductive choices they make about whether they can afford to have a child, the care for a child, breastfeeding and caregiving of a child in the early stages, and the impact on women's business. So Isabel has pointed to implications of women's household responsibilities. We know because of our gendered power dynamics within families that sits 2.5 times more on the shoulders of women, and that care work is unpaid. And we know that as a result of that influences the kinds of career choices that women make. Where our women are in the economy, Isabel pointed to that. We're in the informal economy. We're in insecure, low-paid, low-status jobs. And when we look to what are the actual then conditions of women in the informal sector, and the kinds of issues that came through when I was a commissioner at the CGE and we received a complaint in this regard, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate shelter, no childcare facilities, no breastfeeding care facilities, but above all, this impact on women's businesses when they need to take time out around the birth of a child. I'm delighted to say that through the work of the CGE back in those days, working with COSATU, we made this a working women's policy issue. We percolated it up, I believe, through the Tripartite Alliance and the influence of COSATU on policy choices. But we lobbied furiously the Departments of Justice and Employment and Labour. This was made an issue for law reform. It sat before the Law Reform Commission. We held consultations with a whole range of stakeholders. We worked with the South African Self-Employed Women's Association, and we have proposed law reform that was accepted by the Law Reform Commission. It's unfinished business. It was accepted by the 6th administration. We need to follow up now with the 7th administration. Where are those recommendations sitting? And in a nutshell, what has been proposed is that the definition of employee should be changed to include women in the informal economy and that category of workers. Great, a minute. That they should be permitted to contribute to the UIF. You know, we have this 1% by the worker, 1% by, who's the employer? We've said the state should subsidize that, and we've drawn on models where this does work. So the state would subsidize that we set a minimum level for a maternity paid leave, because often a worker's income levels are so low that it would not be sufficient, a 66% of her normal earnings would not be sufficient to care for herself and the child. And so that should be subsidized by the state. But I think two huge things. We can look at social insurance, but there's an obligation to provide social assistance two categories of women. I'm delighted to say that a key point was to extend backwards the child support grant to pregnancy. There have been numerous stakeholders who've called for this. We had support for this from DSD, that the child support grant should in fact date from conception, that it's available to a woman for the 9 months of her pregnancy, that it would be converted to a child support grant on the birth of the child, and that it is available. And the implications for the early child development are enormous. And correlated then with that is for DSD and for our Department of Basic Education to be rolling out early child development and childcare and support close to where informal traders work from. So we need this taken up again. So thank you.
Thank you, Janine. I look at a lot of data work, and I love hearing solutions. When I hear solutions to problems, a buzzer goes off in my head. So thank you for those propositions. I think that they sound great. We just got to get them to implementation. So my name is Sophia Khan. I'm a lecturer at UCT. My work is around women in the labor market, domestic work and the inclusion of women in the labor force, poverty reduction, the extent of inequality, wealth, subsidies for employment, and reproduction and childcare in the home. So before we discuss the informal sector, I wanted us to start off by looking at the profile of women who are in the informal sector. And if we start off by Amartya Sen's definition of development as freedoms, what freedoms do these women have and what freedoms do they not have? So in capitalism, a woman's capabilities or freedom is directly linked to the amount of income she gets from her wage. And if she's not getting income from a wage, then the question becomes, where can she access resources to allow her to access the baseline freedoms that she needs to look after herself, empower herself, and look after those around her. These women often are in positions where they have severe amounts of time poverty because their childcare burdens and their burdens at home are extremely high. For these women in the informal sector, compared to men, there are multiple children in the household. In fact, men in the informal sector often have no children in the household. So their time constraints are different, and they're able to be outside of the home seeking employment. The household size is bigger, not only in terms of children, but also in terms of adults in the household and pensioners in the household. There's a higher level of indebtedness, and this indebtedness is not necessarily only to the bank. It could be from the community person providing loans or from family members. There is a large amount of energy poverty in the home. So things like heating in winter, protection from storms, basic access to a basic human right, electricity and sanitation, these things are questionable for these women in these households. Over and above this, when you look at women in the informal sector trying to operate businesses, because of gender norms, they face discrimination in being able to start these businesses. So what happens is that they become ring-fenced or confined to specific areas of work that are deemed respectable or gender appropriate. So these gender norms obviously work to a disadvantage of these women. And the discrimination that they face within the home in terms of their childcare burdens and in terms of their time poverty affects their ability to create a business, and through creating a business, access freedoms. Some of the previous already. Oh my word! Some of the previous speakers spoke about protection of the informal sector. And I would like to come at that from a different angle. Instead of protection, I think we need to talk about access first. If some of my colleagues in the department are doing work on the list of bureaucratic things you need to do to be able to register a business as formal, and somehow we've overlooked this, we've inherited it from the apartheid government whose mandate was deliberately to crush small entrepreneurs, to crush the nuclear family, to crush the concept of a home. So we need to start by removing the barriers to entry. And after the barriers to entry can be removed, we can then talk about protection, like Janine talked about. Another important point is that informal work is vulnerable and precarious. Is that my time? And I just wanted to note that we need things like social insurance for the vulnerability and precariousness of this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. A lot has been said about informal trade, but I want to take you back in time to what we would call a dark time in our country. Let's go back in time to the 26th of March, 2020, when President Ramaphosa announced that we are in a state of emergency, we are in a total shutdown. I want us to hone in on the informal sector, specifically looking at those gokos selling ngwenias on the side of the road, our domestic workers, many of whom work under conditions where they are not registered with the Department of Labor, and these are conditions they have accepted. So let us go into that, and let me ask you, and let me start with you, Commissioner Hicks, is formalization of informal workers and the small, medium enterprises the most appropriate approach for inclusion in the economy?
Okay. So I'm sure people in the sector know about the ILO recommendation 204, which has a grand title of transitioning from the informal economy to the formal economy. So the aspiration is there to transition workers in the informal economy predominantly to ensure that they have access to the protections, labor protections and social security protections of the formal economy. But and we've ratified that convention, by the way, as South Africa. We've not ratified the ILO Maternity Benefits Convention, but we've ratified the ILO recommendation 204 on transitioning from the informal to the informal, informal to the formal. And this has gone quite far with the Department of Labor and looking at what mechanisms need to be put in place. There will always be pushback because that then requires regulation. So there are questions of should this be optional? Do all entities want to be registered, paying tax, operating in the formal space? There are protections and advantages that come with that. There are advantages for the economy, of course. What we had proposed around maternity benefits is that this is optional. If you want to have access to the state mechanism for social security, then you have to come into the state apparatus. You would have to register. And the state should adjust then the way in which it interacts with workers, that the registration fees in the process should be made less onerous, that we should recognize that in the informal economy, your income fluctuates. You may do very well in December and January and February, and come June, your income has completely reduced. So we should take an average of workers' earnings to calculate what percentage contributions should be. So all I want to say is that there are models, that there's an international framework for formalizing and regulating, that there are models of how that can be done. We need to specifically bring a mindset to understand the realities of informal economy workers and adjust our bureaucracy so that it is accessible and that it works for these workers. But ultimately, it comes down to those business owners themselves. Do they want to opt in or opt out? And people will make their choices accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sitsiedi, can you tell me how have women's livelihoods been sustained in the absence of formal assistance?
I think I want to actually go back to the question that you actually posed to her and then also answer mine in the process. I want to go back to the part where she speaks about the formalization of small businesses, and I think this is something that we deal with a lot on the ground. If we don't speak about the formalization, and I normally say this at women conferences when we speak with business, that compliance is meant to regulate, but compliance keeps you in and doesn't keep you outside, and that's the narrative that we need to change. with particularly banking institutions and access to financing, you cannot access those institutions without the proper registration and processes. And that's the conversation that we need to have. The reason why most SMMEs that are run by females remain small businesses for such a long process is the fact that they don't graduate or get formally registered into growing their businesses further. And then I want to go back. Can you repeat the question again? See, I'm quick to answer the ones that are very personal.
How have women's livelihood been sustained without formal assistance?
Sure. I think women have done amazing thus far without any formal assistance. The one thing that I was actually looking at even just last night is the majority of the industries that are associated with women businesses. I mean, women generally gravitate towards community and social development businesses than what they gravitate to maybe industrial or production and manufacturing. And so I just think women's, I ran a blank there. So particularly when you look at how women have been supported or how they've actually been able to sustain themselves without the formal support, they've done amazing. But they've also gotten to a point where they need to also grow beyond talking conversations surrounding succession plans of how businesses get sustained beyond their current status. And I think the one other thing that I actually wanted to mention was just how the particularly capitalist system associates income with being the head of the household. I don't think we have the conversation that women can head businesses and also be powerful in their particular right. I think the one thing that we talk about a lot is how capitalism has continued to actually support this male-dominated industry of structure and making sure that the breadwinner is the male in that particular regard. But I think in terms of how women have been, sure, I think that question just ran away, hey? I think I prepared so much. So definitely, I think I just want to give somebody else so that I can gather my thoughts again of how they have actually been supported. Thank you.
Ms. Khan, if you could come in and tell us, thank you, what innovative ways have come to pass to ensure the inclusion of women in our economy?
Wow, I got the tough one. I got the most difficult question. What innovative ways have, like policy or people in the industry? What creative ways? Just repeat the question.
What innovative ways have come to pass to ensure the inclusion of women in the economy?
Okay, when we talk about inclusion of women in the economy, we obviously need to distinguish between the formal economy and the informal economy. I think, honestly speaking, as a feminist researcher and scholar, what's kept women in the informal economy is just utter and sheer dedication and brute force of the women themselves, because they face circumstances. I listed the kinds of poverties that they face and constraints that they face. Access to things like microfinance and small-based loans is also extremely important in having these women maintain and run their businesses. But for me, the most non-negligible thing is the social safety net at the bottom of the income distribution. Without that social safety net, there isn't a baseline for these women to work in the economy. That guaranteed lump sum of money at the end of the month means that you can take a small loan and pay it back. That you, even if your revenue is low, you have something coming in to cover expenses. And there is, I think, in the kind of neoliberal discourse, there's a lot of conversation on how much is the social safety net costing us. And if you look at the work that's been done on measuring the impact of social safety nets, the benefit outweighs the cost immensely. My comrade here said, a lot of these grants and payments are given to women based on their social reproduction abilities. What's interesting is that even though the implicit patriarchy assigns this lump sum in that way, these women are able to take that money and empower themselves and somehow exit that that kind of ideological imposition. So you are a woman, you need to stay at home and look after the children. I got this money, I'm going to start a shop. I got this money, I'm going to start a service. I got this money, I'm going to buy a sewing machine. So I think there's a few things. The one is the social safety net. The other one is microfinance and access to small loans. The other thing is community. Because without community, these businesses are not able to run. They are not a shop in a mall that pays rent to a landlord. You are borrowing from your friends are spotting you, your granny is looking after the child, your auntie is coming to drop food if you have a business day. So without community, informal businesses are not able to exist. And I don't know, I am not sure that I've seen that point made clear anywhere. I just wanted to also distinguish between types of informal businesses, because we just lump sum everything. There's a difference between an SMME and a gogo who is buying a sewing machine and fixing dresses at her house. There's a big difference. And when we talk about formalization, I think the commonsensical understanding of what we have in mind is, oh, we have like a structure, an SMME with a boss and like workers. But there are other types of informal businesses that require support but don't require bureaucracy like registration. How must your auntie who's cooking food and selling it for like funerals and weddings, how must she register her business? Do you know what I'm saying? That burden already to register oneself for grants, etc., stand in queues is such a heavy burden, a burden on time use, a burden on resources. So when we think about things like formalization, we need to be clear what kind of businesses we're talking about. And then one more thing, the informal sector and poverty alleviation in South Africa would not exist without the domestic work labor force. And that's 1.5 million women, black women and colored women, quickly, going to work every day and sometimes in excruciating circumstances to get a wage, often a wage below minimum wage. And what that does for poverty alleviation is non-negligible, and it challenges two things. It challenges the woman's role in the household as the breadwinner, and it also challenges, I forgot the second point. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fry, to wrap up our quick Q&A with us and the panel, we have changes that are made to the informal sector. We have strategies, policies, legislation, but the reach to the informal community, those traders in the informal community, is not always possible. We can try through education, etc., but not everything reaches everyone. What can we do to ensure that these changes that happen, as and when it happens, reaches those in the informal sector?
Thanks. My answer to that one is simple, and that is that we need to have universal coverage of support. What we've seen through the neoliberal, I didn't know that the words capitalism and neoliberal were going to be so freely used here. It's really great. What we've seen through the neoliberal approach is that the introduction of targeting, which means that that percentage of the population is going to get that assistance, that percentage is going to get that. It's impossible to navigate that, particularly if you are marginalized and on the outskirts of access. So if we look globally at the data that looks at universal support, universal access, it's far greater because you know what it is. We know that there are different ways in which local government, provincial government, and national government can reinforce this. But I mean, the point that I've heard repeated time and time again is that of the safety net. If we know that there is a universal safety net, which is a decent safety net, it enables people to not only have bread and butter for today, but also to start planning for tomorrow. And I just want to refer to Kenya. There's a pilot on universal basic income. And it's interesting because they looked at 3 different subsets. They looked at one which was just one asset donation, so one lump sum donation. They looked at a 2-year cash grant program, and they looked at a permanent. It was 12 years in the making. Because a lot of leadership says, well, you have to get women to graduate off support. Now, the findings that have been held so far is that the once-off asset was actually, it was consumed by the household. So what was meant to buy the sewing machine, etc., because people didn't know where tomorrow's money was going to come from, they ate it today. With regards to the 2-year universal basic income grant as well, that was very short term in terms of how the money was used. It was slightly better. But in terms of the longer term, the sort of virtual permanent guarantee that tomorrow's income was guaranteed that you could build on, the recipients of that used that to start businesses, to invest in education, because they had a dream and a hope that could be manifested because of looking after today. And I love the description of how different people are looking at income support, because when you look at South Africa, we have a dual economy. We know that we've got the former largely white apartheid supported economy, and we have the bulk of people's realities that is not confined within that. We inherited a social security system that was built for white male breadwinners. And suddenly, after 1994, that was expanded. But there's no coverage for working age people within the income support. So the idea of enabling people, traders, informal workers, majority women, to save for the rainy day is essential. But we can't force women into a situation which is not theirs. We've got to understand what those realities are, and we need to see how that contribution can happen. So instead, perhaps, of getting a tax break, if you're an SMME, you can have state contribution to your social security. So when you need to draw down on that, and there are a couple of examples in India, for instance, the Self-Employed Workers Union or Women's Union. We don't need to we don't have to create the wheel, but we need to be humble enough to say, let's learn from different sectors, because it is by ensuring that women, that the backbone of our society is strengthened, that we can survive. Because otherwise, we are in a critical situation in this country. More and more people are existing beyond the formal, and we're not creating safety lines for them to be included.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm now going to open the floor for questions from our audience. I'm going to take 5 questions. I see hand number 1. Where's our mic? Commissioner Gumede, you're noted. Any further questions from the audience? Okay, we'll take that speaker and then Commissioner Gumede. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I only have 2 questions, comments, but I want to ask the panel. Firstly, the Commission needs to look at why, after 30 years of democracy, there are still women farm owners who can't access land, and what are the causes of that? Because there are women in the Eastern Cape, KZN, who want to be farm owners and actually produce and distribute, but they can't because they are not allowed to own land. They're supposed to present to some council, tribal council, court, or whatever, and present their work for them to be able to do this. The second one is, I haven't heard anything about sex work. Government has been promising to formalize and decriminalize sex work, and those women are unsafe, but also financially unstable. What are we doing? Why has this not been done? What is holding it back? I promise I'm done. But the last one, when you were talking about innovation.
I'm allowing you because we only have Commissioner Gumede with questions, and knowing that I probably have 5
Okay,
other
cool.
questions.
But the last one, I am a content creator, and I know we don't talk about that a lot because it's not known, but you were talking about innovation. And a lot of single moms, even in the township and rural areas, are making money or trying to make money online. But the problem is, because of local regulations, things like TikTok doesn't pay South Africans and other Africans for creating content, but pays Americans and others in Asia. We could be making money and empowering women, but local regulations in South Africa are making that difficult. But I also know that it's the market pool that's a problem. But how can government get involved to ensure that women who do this work, because I could be sitting at home and making Get Ready with me and get paid because you enjoy that content. I know people don't talk about it, but it's innovative, it's new. We are a digital world. Thank you.
Commissioner Gumede?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Supriya Naidu. That was a very stimulating conversation. I didn't think it was going to go in the route of entrepreneurship and SMMEs, and I'm inspired to give an account purely because my background is in entrepreneurship, and I've been doing it for a very long time. And South Africa is an incredibly hostile environment, not only for women, but particularly for black women. And, I'm happy that we also can locate the fact that our historical context plays a tremendous role in how the economy is shaped, because we are constantly speaking in very broad terms, generic terms. The economy is violent and harmful to women, but in particular is violent and harmful to black women. And that needs to be said, and it needs to be highlighted constantly. I have a statistic that is quite scary. It's a pre-COVID statistic, just before the pandemic hit, and I'm quite certain that considering some of the austerity measures that were taken by various lenders and banks, it might have gotten worse. But by the time COVID hit, about 4.5% of all women-owned business had access to venture capital funding for their businesses. And about 0.2% of those were actually black women in South Africa. And considering the fact that many funding or lending institutions had to kind of pull back as a result of the pandemic, I'm quite certain that it's even worse. Now, the other thing is that competition in South Africa has been regulated along the lines of race, more than along the lines of gender, as well as race and gender and all of the other intersectional elements. And so what we find is that even black people, in fact black men, participate in unfair competition practices. There are industries like the private medical laboratory space in South Africa where you have got white, male-dominated companies that are owning about 90% of that space, and it is unregulated. They even go so far as to buy bloods from doctors. So you go to a doctor, you go and you get your test done, but the doctor has got an arrangement with a private medical laboratory to say, I will pay you 60,000 Rand a month for you to give me this blood. And so when a woman entrepreneur, such as myself, tries to enter into that market as a specialist, as someone who's knowledgeable in that area, they can't survive in the market because they now have to have 60,000 Rand to pay all of these doctors to bribe them to be able to access the market.
Gumede, I have to be fair, you have 60 seconds.
Thank you so much. The other thing is that government itself is very biased in how they give entrepreneurial opportunities in the form of procurement. And what we need to do, just as a way going forward, is to say, insofar as government-related businesses, funding opportunities, procurement is concerned, what we need to do as an institution is to investigate who are these entrepreneurs that get this money. What is the relationship between themselves and government that they get special treatment of millions? We need to interrogate also venture capital funding in South Africa and make it mandatory for there to be equitable funding in South Africa. And then finally, our role as an institution ought to be to create and to develop regulations around venture capital funding and around procurement in the country that will make sure that these industries are no longer under-regulated and are also not totally unregulated moving forward, to ensure that women, and especially black women, have got an equal opportunity to compete in the market and to stay and to sustain themselves in the marketplace.
Thank you, Commissioner Gumede. I think there were three, yours was more of a comment than a question. So there was 3 questions posed by, you didn't introduce yourself. Okay. God conquers everything. Thanks, Chairperson. I'm chairing. Okay, your first question regarding access to land. The Commission launched a report a month ago. Am I correct, CEO? Have you had regard to it? You haven't. Please do. It's on our website. Thank you. I'm going to open up to the panel for question 2 and 3. Commissioner Hicks, sex worker formalizing and decriminalizing.
Thanks. I wanted to, I see the power of the microphone. I want to comment on land, and then I will get to sex work. There is that undeniable link between the gendered nature of poverty, women's access to and ownership of land, and land tenure security. And we know that our land reform process has failed women, mostly because the focus has been on restitution of prior title to land which women have not held. And within the context of an Ingonyama trust, we definitely need to be looking at models for addressing that colonial, patriarchal, historic legacy of women's access to land. Yes, when we talk about informal economy, we must focus on vulnerable categories of workers. We look at women on farms, we consider women seasonal workers, but the issue of women and men and transgender people in the sex work industry, I hope, and I'm looking squarely at you, Chairperson, I hope this, under your leadership, that this term of commissioners will stick its neck out and call unequivocally for the decriminalization of sex work. There is a rights-based argument and a constitutional case to be made for the decriminalization of sex work. Which I enjoin this term to consider. The last thing I wanted to say, particularly examining the condition of vulnerable categories of workers, is for us to consider as well the local policy framework. We tend to neglect what's happening within the local space. I come from KwaZulu-Natal, we have a KZN informal economy policy, and we have eThekwini municipality informal economy policy. I believe we need that interrogation by, again, the Commission at that local level to ensure that that local policy framework is responding to the needs of all categories of workers within that space, and that an enabling and supportive environment is created for workers at the local level. Cleverly getting my other points in.
Thank you, Commissioner Hicks. Our last question was content creation and innovation for creating content. Who would like a bite at that?
Can I just add? I think I just wanted to, my earlier comments, I wanted to step back, and it comes back to this question about sex work, and what is work, right? And I think we are in a place where we say workers, such and such workers, but we have to remember that within, and this is why it's specific, the neoliberal financialized capitalist model is specific about who is a worker. And there's a reason why women in particular who become recipients or are in need of social protection are seen as the undeserving poor, because unpaid care work is not seen as work, right? And so it's the same with sex work. Is what is it about this sector? And we have to kind of think about what are the sectors of our economy. What is it about sex work that agitates the political economy? Why would we not want to decriminalize it, right? And I think some of these questions, including the digital economy, what are the aspects of it? Is it control? Is it the inability to tax it? What is it about that particular sector that agitates the status quo? Right? So the informal economy, as it's being reproduced, the question for me is actually to step back to say, how does it serve the political economy? And it serves it because it is this sector where you don't have to provide provisions for people, where people are precarious within this capitalistic model. So it actually serves capitalism to have an informal economy. So the reason I started at a macro level is because we need to ask ourselves, yes, we want solutions to people who are in the informal economy now, but we have to ask ourselves bigger questions about what is it about this informal economy that prevails and continues? And do we want it to be like this? Actually, the question is, what kind of economy do we want? Who must this economy serve? And there was questions here about women ownership and so forth. And one of the things I've been thinking about is, I know we want women to own businesses, but what about community-led ownership? What about other models of ownership? And I think we get caught into these binaries about how do we fix the immediate problem, but actually we are seeing bigger structural issues continue. So we can put a Band-Aid on a lot of these economic problems, but actually what is really needed is, and what I call is a rupture of social reproduction, right? And social reproduction including both market and non-market spheres. And I'm just going to put a last point about, there was a comment about graduation and productive capacity of SMMEs. So here I'm going to put on my master's hat. So my paper was about township economy. And one of the things I argued is that no economy has ever been developed from SMMEs, right? So what we need to be giving SMMEs is actually learning rents, and that means helping them develop the productive capacity to grow. Not just giving them neoliberal support, we'll give you mentorship to do your business, but actually to say, how do we build large firms? And how do you build large firms? Is that someone who's got a quota stand sometimes just needs you to give them another gas, what do you call it, like a gas heater thing to make more. And in fact, you telling them this is how you access the mainstream market doesn't always necessarily help. So we need to think differently about how to support development in our country, and that includes budget support to those sectors.
Thank you. Panelists, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. 1 minute for reflection, 1 minute for a resolution. Starting from that end.
I can't promise that what I'm going to say is any good, but I will try. Okay, I think in reflection, there's a few things that we can say, and the one is about the kind of variation in what we see in the informal sector, so different definitions of what the informal sector consists of. But there is a consistency, and the consistency is that women are in a disadvantageous position compared to men throughout the economy, and it is amplified in the informal sector around the notion of what work can be counted towards a capitalistic productive economy. What the kind of neoliberal agenda wants to include are things that are, in inverted commas, respectable. So sex work, for instance, doesn't get included because it's not considered a respectable occupation. I was talking to a friend last night, and she said her kid in grade 2, they asked the class, what do you want to be? And the class said YouTubers, influencers, and professional gamers. When we were growing up, that wasn't even in our frame of reference. So the economy is changing, and as always, regulation lags behind. But there is importance. Sometimes when my nieces show me TikToks, there's some with 20 million views, and if 20 million views can get you some income, we need to really work on that. We need to see what is preventing these young people from benefiting from this online market compared to other people in the world. Why is it that there's this stratification that people in America or the EU get to earn money for their videos, but we don't? And so, there's
resolution?
My resolution is that we need practical ways to alleviate the kind of burden of time poverty and difficulty of women in the informal sector. And my ultimate conclusion is we need universal basic income. Yeah, so to provide that support, and we can talk afterwards.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Tom Hicks.
Mine are 3 levels. One is I think we need to identify and tackle institutionalized discrimination and acknowledge how our legislative framework perpetuates inequality and discrimination, and tackle and address that. So that's looking, for instance, I just, as almost a case study, showed you the Unemployment Insurance Act legislation and the UIF, and how the terminology and the definitions just exclude a whole category of workers. That is constitutional discrimination. CEO, we made a case purely on the basis of an equality case that constitutes discrimination, and it's unfair discrimination. Let's name it, let's challenge it, let's overturn it. We have a transformative constitution, let's use the power that is available there. And focus as well. We have, if you read the language of informal economy policy, it paints this beautiful picture recognizing the contribution of the informal economy, family and household security and livelihoods and poverty, and yet at every level we seek to destroy the informal economy and make it so difficult and impossible for people to prosper in that space. So we've got to address the disconnect between the policy language and the actual reality. So that's the one category. also with a solution in there, because I can't go straight, I have to go sideways. The second category is around the protection of vulnerable stakeholders within those sectors. So, yes, support the successful case studies and instances of women in business, but also recognize the need for expanding social insurance and social assistance models, which include the universal support model, which time and time again, and our data is firmly behind it, shows it works. The third thing that we're all sitting with, and it's the elephant in the room, which is the gendered division of labor. This burden of child and household care and responsibility, which because of our patriarchal backdrop enforced by our capitalist neoliberal framework societies, puts on the shoulders of women, does not recognize it, impacts on women's sexual and reproductive health rights, and impacts directly on women's economic participation within the economy. And I think that's something that this conference is grappling with as well, is how do we address that gendered discrimination, gendered division of labor. And it comes down to prejudice and attitudes and perceptions towards the roles and reproductive roles of women and men in society. As a weird kind of final recommendation in that regard, we make it very hard for men to play a care role. We give them 10 days paid leave. We make it hard for successful men within businesses to say, I can't be at that meeting, I've got my daughters in a ballet performance. We need to make it acceptable for men to step into the care role, to step into the nurturing space, which means a whole lot of normative shifts and policy shifts within the workplace to make it okay and normal for men to play that care role and shift that off women's shoulders.
Ms. Fry?
Thank you. I find it really interesting that when we talk about successful women, we talk about women who go through the formal sector and employment. I think for me, I talk to male friends of mine who refer to their mothers and say, these were strong women, you strike a woman, that was a hard woman, and their wives are weak. And I say, but women don't want to have to be hard. Is this not what freedom means? That we can actually be the kind of nurturer, that we can be soft, that we can love and care. And that's the thing about a single mother, and I'm a single mum, is my daughter often says to me, why are you so hard? I'm hard because everything rests on my shoulders. I've got to leave early because I have to go and fetch her from writing mock matric. But so the first is, let's recognize the freedom to be. I think the point, one of the amazing things about the COVID time, probably the only one, was that households have, poverty levels in South Africa actually came to a virtual zero at that point in time because you had the additional funding to the caregiver, you had the social relief of distress, and you had the top up to the grants. So the most vulnerable have never been better off than during COVID. And the impact on the NIDS CRAM survey was that mental well-being of women had never been stronger. That was it. It wasn't that they all started their own business. It was that they were less depressed, less anxious, and more relieved. And I think we need to recognize how important that is. The talk has been about the fact that healing hasn't happened. Let's look at ways in which we can give healing. I mean, I was so angry with Department of Social Development and Treasury around the social relief of distress grant, because in December of 2020, when the first 6 months had expired, and the social relief of distress was the only income support that was expanded, it wasn't available to caregivers. Because why? Because they were getting children's grants. Therefore, they were not eligible to have social relief of distress. And we did a legal opinion and took it and engaged, and that was rectified. But again, the automatic thing is you only get paid for your reproductive rights and not as in your own rights. So I think my final point is I often have battles with policymakers around this definition of welfare. Now, when you talk about a welfare state, for me, that is the most developmental state that you can ever have. A welfare state is a state that looks after the welfare of individuals so that they can collectively develop, fulfill their potential, raise the level of development within society. When people say we don't want a welfare state, I say, why not? Why is the welfare, why is the well-being of every person not our priority? And I would really encourage people to look back. It has been called for twice already on this panel. A universal basic income is not something that creates dependency. It recognizes basic needs and creates a minimum floor. And if you look at the research that's published at the beginning of this year, authored by Duma Krabule, if you have a decent universal basic income, it can be 96% self-financing. We don't need to tax to get it because of the multiplier that is inherent in it that supports businesses. You cannot say to people, start a micro business when nobody in your community has disposable income to support it. But that recognition, that multiplier, the solution is in our hands. We just need to have the courage to think differently.
Thank you. I think in reflecting, I think there's an immediate thing that we have to look at, which is, again, I want to go back to austerity because the evidence shows that we're going to be experiencing higher unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And that is global evidence, right? So we need to be thinking short-term and long-term. So yes, we want a universal basic income grant, but what's going to happen within the context of austerity is we're not going to get a universal basic income grant, but a regression in other basic services. So I actually want to say the proposal is not just a universal basic income grant, but the universal access to basic services as well, as part and parcel. And because universal basic services are critical to that unpaid care work at home, right? How do you reproduce the worker, a child, when you don't have water? And in my PhD, I'm actually looking at the difference between access and use. In South Africa, we've got this tendency to say, 13 million people now have access to electricity, but the question is, we have a user fee model. So how many people are able to use it? And so when we talk about the universal access and usage of basic services, we have to rethink how these nice numbers look. I think the other thing is just to emphasize how Oxfam and other feminists have actually called austerity economic violence. We've been talking about violence throughout this conference, right? And economic violence is a real thing, right? And it reproduces itself. So I think one of the things to also say is when we think the gender responsive budgeting process is coming up, and I think one of the things we're going to have to challenge, and in an upcoming paper that we're going to publish, this is one of the arguments I make, is that we've actually turned gender responsive budgeting into a technocratic process, which actually naturalizes power rather than challenges it. So we have to make sure that in those gender responsive budget guidelines that are going to be coming up, that there's transformative real policy, right? And the NDP only mentions unpaid care work once. Once. I searched it. It mentions unpaid care work once. And when it mentions unpaid care work, it talks about women's access to the labor market. And I think we have to go back into not making a business case for basic services, but a human rights case. People shouldn't get UBIs and all these great things just because we want them to be part of an extractive capitalist model. People deserve, and I don't like using the word deserve, but deserve basic services and basic income as a dignity. We spoke about dignity yesterday, as part of that dignity package. So almost like we can call it a dignity package for South Africa. But anyway, and last thing, I know my time's up, is to always ask, are our budgets, particularly our macroeconomic policy, is it speaking to the Constitution?
Yeah.
So when we compare it to what our Constitution says it wants to do, is our macroeconomic policy responding to that? And again, is it responding to our national development goals? And we need to address this inconsistency that is happening or disconnect between our goals and what we're doing now to achieve them in the long run.
Thank you. And finally,
So in closing, I just want to actually go back to the reason why women start businesses. And I think the one thing that we've ignored a lot in this conversation is the fact that most women who go into business or informal trade go in on the basis of survival. They don't go in the basis of sustainability. So we look at entrepreneurship from a different lens than that I'm starting a business not necessarily to build something that is sustainable and long-lasting. I'm starting a business simply to survive. So the conversation needs to change with women to start businesses on sustainability as opposed to survivalist. And then I also want to encourage private sector to be held accountable, because we don't actually take into consideration that when a private corporate like USave, ShopRite, goes into the local townships and starts making magwinyas, what they're doing is actually taking money away from the informal person that's practicing on the corner. So these are the conversations that we're having. So we are encouraging informal in traders and women to register their business, but these very same big corporates aren't accountable or held accountable to these formal traders. And there's no inclusion plan in that process. The one thing that we've also advocated for with working around policy is that the women that sit on policy and big corporates, and I always say this with particularly shopping malls in local areas, nobody questions whether we have participation of locals in those shopping malls. When you look at, for example, I come from a place called Hammanskraal, Jubilee. Jubilee is a huge giant. I mean, Jubilee literally has a million feet count in a day, and we don't have any locals participating in that economy. Who's asking those questions? And I think we need to particularly ask it on behalf of women. And then in closing, I want to look at, for example, I want to close with education, right? And the need for entrepreneurship accessibility education for women. And I think this is not particularly spoken about a lot in South Africa. We look at countries like Rwanda that has now formalized entrepreneurship as education to build sustainable businesses. And something that we're not talking about is how do we move our economy from entrepreneurship being a subject of study to be able to build businesses that live beyond just the survivalist status quo and go into sustainability. Yeah, and I think that's just it. Private sector needs to be held accountable, man. They are taking away so much money from informal traders and businesses in locals, and we just need to find a bridge between the two.
Thank you very much.
There's someone who wants to say something.
Okay.
By the power of the mic.
Thank you. I think this audience will find this really interesting. The first comment is that you can try to make biryani at the shop and you're not going to take money out of any auntie's pockets because they'll never get it right. And then the second comment is I was doing a presentation on some work I'm doing, and I show that unemployed men, employed woman in the household, a woman with a job, does more work on childcare than an unemployed man. And that is not considering the definition of unemployment doesn't consider odd jobs, or maybe he's outside the house doing this, doing that. It means not employed, just sitting at home doing nothing. So the man is sitting in the house. There's a woman who's working in the same household, and she's doing more childcare than that man. And it's about by 4 hours more. And so I presented this in a seminar, and someone said, a senior man in the department said, but that's efficient. Why? That's efficient. Why would the man do more childcare when it's more efficient to the woman to do it? And
That's patriarchy.
And so that's where my kind of debate stopped, and I just wanted to share that with this audience. And so there are senior people writing policy who think like this.
Thank you very much. Can I have a round of applause for my panelists, please? Thank you very much. Program Director, thank you. You may have the platform.
Another round of applause. I think that was insightful. I think that was powerful. I think we're doing well on time as well. So those who promised Sepang hosting gigs, we come as a duo. I'm not doing so bad myself on time. I was stimulated, and that was just unusual for me, because usually any discussion on economic empowerment or economic justice, as some would prefer, they go over my head. And not because it's not an important discussion, but I think it's the jargon. I mean, Busi, man, take it easy on us. The neoliberalism, macro... Oh. Yeah, but I think you should take it a little bit easy on us. But quite an insightful discussion highlighting issues around unpaid care work, the underemployment of women. I like the discussion also on the staggering statistics on unemployment. And I think we had a little bit of an assignment given to us as a country on maternity benefits in the ILO convention. So a bit of work for us to do there. And I think also you highlighted important issues around challenges that informal workers experience. We've seen a case recently of a woman who was gunned down because she refused to pay protection fees. So things just keep escalating. It keeps getting difficult. I like the discussion also on social grants, particularly with the child care grant. A study on the school dropout of young girls due to pregnancy highlighted a need for support and extra cushioning because young girls drop out of school because of their economic situation at home. The amount is currently insufficient. It only goes to a certain extent, but they cannot afford to pay a child care, a child minder or somebody to take care of the child, and the parent would obviously also have to go and hustle, as we say it. That's an easier term to see, hustle. I don't know what you would say in space for that. I have a couple of announcements. We are reminded to not pass in front of the sign language interpreters. We are also told somebody needs to check something at the lost and found desk. It's right outside. So if you've lost something just outside, you will be able to locate it. And because I'm such a good host, we did well on time. But no, I'm taking too much credit. I think Commissioner did well on managing that. For now, we will take a video just as a reminder for those who were not here yesterday. We'd like to recap on the purpose of the conference. We understand that there are guests who are only joining us today and could not make it yesterday. So we will play that for now. And then afterwards, we will take tea at 11 o'clock. Those with the green stickers on their tags, you will remain here, wherein we will have a discussion on gender, human rights, and the environment. And those with pink, your tea is also on the 7th floor. You will be joining the session on gender and the media. I wish you great deliberation and discussions going forward. The next time we will see me, we will be back here for the next session. Do enjoy and thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to say all protocols observed with the understanding that the relevant representatives were acknowledged. But what is also important is for us to acknowledge those that have joined us online who are keen to hear the discussions that will unfold today. Ladies and gentlemen, we hold this conference in 2024 during a period where the statistics reflect that it will take about 300 years for us to address and eliminate child marriages globally. We come at a time when it is said that it will take about 286 years globally for us to eliminate gender discriminatory laws, globally speaking. We meet at a time where it is also said that it will take about 140 years globally for us to achieve equitable representation in the workplace. That says to us there's a journey for us to travel. But then we know that we have the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 that channels countries, including South Africa, to attain gender equality by the year 2030. And we are 6 years away for the year 2030. Regionally, we have the 2063 agenda that says to us, we need an Africa that will not leave anyone behind on the basis of the agenda. The Agenda 2063 is very clear to say we need to strengthen the women's participation in the mainstream of the economy in all spheres of life. Where are we with that? And we bring it back home, we say domestically the country has the National Development Plan 2030, which has its vision to eradicate and eliminate poverty and inequality respectively. How far have we gone now that we are 6 years to 2030? The cardinal question therefore becomes this conference as it is coming to discuss these issues. The current legal prescripts, the late jurisprudence, the frameworks, the plans and the measures, and the commitment itself. Are these enough for us to shift the needle towards the progressive realization of gender equality in South Africa? I asked this conference this question because of the continuous or the current wave of gender-based violence and femicide, which inhibits women to enjoy their basic rights that are guaranteed within the Constitution. I asked this question around whether we are shifting the needle because of the lack of equitable access to land in the country, where we see a specific gender excluded in terms of ownership. Equally, I posed this question because of the continued parental alienation that we see in different spheres of society, wherein children in the main are suffering because of parental alienation. Similarly, we see those who are failing to execute their responsibilities as parents towards child maintenance. How far are we getting as a country to really realize, progressively realize gender equality? But of course, we know that the female genital mutilation is a phenomenon that we are also facing as a country. The inadequate participation of women in the larger mainstream of the economy in the country poses a similar question. How far are we in terms of dealing with the achievement of equality in the country? We know that we continue to see challenges where pregnant women in the country continues to struggle in terms of accessing basic healthcare services in the country, wherein there is sharing of beds by pregnant women, where ambulances are not utilized to render those basic services. Are we realizing gender equality in the country? But equally so, we know the challenges around leadership representation, where the vulnerable groups are not represented in equitable positions in the institutions. You think about your institutions of higher learning. Where are the persons with disabilities in leadership positions? We find that persons with disability, women in the main, they are nowhere to be represented, and/or there is no representation even in administrative positions. Where are we in terms of equitable representation in terms of professorships when it comes to institutions of higher learning? We do find that there is inadequate representation, and therefore these are some of the issues that I hope this conference will engage on so that we can come up with concrete measures to really confront those challenges. The current wave of sexual harassment remains one of the barriers to the achievement of equity in the workplace. We see the trend of sex for marks that undermines the intellectual capacity of students in various institutions of higher learning and TVET colleges. But of course, this phenomenon also applies within the general workplace. Then the question is, why are we even doing this? The reality is gender equality is intrinsically linked to sustainable development. And it is vital towards the achievement of human rights that are guaranteed within the Constitution. There needs to be an equitable share and distribution of power across all spheres of society. There has to be equal opportunities in terms of finance so that they can assist through the starting or sustaining some of the businesses that we see, which we see as the Commission as one of the pivotal tools that will ensure that women in the main left destitution. 30 years into democracy, we felt as the Commission it's time that we pause and reflect on the state of gender equality. Is it a myth? Is it possible to be realized in the country against the backdrop of the issues that I have highlighted. And we felt that this conference should then pause to reflect, practically so, what are the issues and how do we go about that? As a Chapter 9 institution that is clothed with the responsibility to spearhead the attainment of gender equality in the country, we felt it's important that we call the stakeholders. Let us hear your insights. Let us hear your experiences. Help us as a CGE so that as we embark on the journey towards the attainment of gender equality, we know that we did not thumbsuck some of these recommendations, but they come from a conference where we had robust discussions that will guide some of our discussions going forward. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, here in the conference and those joining in online, we welcome you to this monumental journey as the CGE, and we want to encourage your full participation and share your experiences so that we can come up with, unimpeachable recommendations going forward. Thank you so much.
Can we get settled? At the moment, I only note two of our panelists.
You want to put it here?
I'm just giving the last 20 seconds for the rest of our guests to get settled so that we can get started. Please let us be reminded not to interfere with the translation and we use alternative routes instead of obscuring with the translation. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists and honored guests, my name is Tsietsi Shuping. I'm the acting head of legal department for the Commission for Gender Equality. Mine today is to moderate this session, the discussion regarding gender, human rights, and the environment. As we convene this panel discussion, we are reminded that the struggle for human rights is linked to the fight for a sustainable environment. The degradation of our planet's natural resources has devastating consequences for the marginalized communities, exacerbating existing inequalities and injustices. Let this discussion amplify the voices of those most affected. With those, can we please, with a round of applause, welcome our panel that has already joined us. Given the theme on our panel today, we are joined by Mrs. Valerie Jean. Can we give a round of applause, please? We are also joined by Dr. Pulane Molokwane. We are joined by Ms. Louise Naude. And lastly, by Ms. Penny Gasela. Right, I've noted, I'll just move a little bit different from some of our moderators for today. Our panelists, I wish you a fruitful engagement in this discussion. And I think as I start to this topic and given the caliber and the knowledge that you are having on the subject matter, I'll start with the questions to each of you. And then once we have time that is left, you can also use the opportunity to present what you would have wanted to say to the audience today. In that regard, I think our first question, I would like to pose it to Dr. Molokwane. Can you please tell us, what do you understand at the intersection of gender and climate change?
Can you come again? Oh. For me, what really matters the most is the fact that we need to have women and girls centered as we get to discuss climate change. We would all remember that the report launched at COP28 actually estimated that by 2050, about 158 million more women and girls would be pushed to poverty. So you cannot have that conversation without it being gender-centered and gender-centric.
Yes, and in as far as your expertise is concerned, what are the major circumstances or those effects that you have observed in as far as the environment on gender issues, women or vulnerable persons?
Particularly when it comes to women, women are the most affected by climate change. As we all know, environmental changes could actually result in birth defects. That is only will affect women, not any men. It could result in birth defects and even to a certain extent death. So that is just one of the many, let alone the fact that when there is natural disasters or any form of disasters as a result of climate change, women are the most affected because they are the most that are caregivers.
Yes, thank you. The next question that I will pose, and without restricting other panel members also to share their view on various questions, I would like to ask Ms. Naude regarding what can we expect from the state regarding its preparedness to address climate change?
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, everybody. So I'm Louise Naudé. I work for an organization called WWF South Africa, and I'm also a presidential climate commissioner. So firstly, I just want to say, I think the title of this panel, making this climate change issue be about the environment, it is first and foremost and centrally about humans and the impacts on us. Of course, plants, animals, soil, water is all affected, but let us not think it's something we need to put in a box called environment. So in 2022, the Cabinet of South Africa adopted something called the Just Transition Framework. And that was a document developed through wide consultation by the Presidential Climate Commission. And I would recommend that people, find that on the Commission's website and read it. And it outlines what is, what do we understand by a just transition and what the world should look like after a just transition. And in there, it's not entirely gender blind, but it is very weak on gender. And so I don't think this country, not the Commission, not women's organizations, have a proper agenda for gender justice in the just transition to a low carbon and climate resilient economy. And so I would like to speak about, what that agenda should be for gender justice in the just transition. And out of that, I think, would fall, where does the state have a role?
Yes, you may proceed with discussing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
So I think there are two dimensions we have to think about, and you will cut me when I go on too long, please. The one is the biophysical impacts of climate change. So it's, the changing weather patterns, rainfall patterns, extreme weather events, heat, etc. All of those things in the biophysical space have an impact that is gendered. And then we also need to think about the low carbon transition, which is an enormous economic upheaval all around the world. And, what are the gender issues in that transition? So let me first speak about the biophysical. There's a lot of literature, and I mean, my fellow panelists already referred to some of the issues. There's a lot of literature which argues that women are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And I have a reservation about that. because I think men and women, because of their gendered position in economically and in society, have different kinds of vulnerabilities in the face of climate change. I don't think women are more vulnerable. I think they are differently vulnerable. And in order to make them less vulnerable to climate change impacts, I think it's all the things that this conference is talking about. You know, it's economic inclusion of women. It's when they do have a job, equal pay for equal work. It's stop gender-based violence. And all of those things, you know, will allow women to be more resilient in the face of climate impacts. But I did think about, you know, how will these climate changes, the biophysical changes, manifest in women's lived experience. And I think there's three areas which are key. The one is water, the other is food, and the third is health. And these are going to, you know, impact particularly for women because of our position in society. Not because we are, I don't need to tell this forum, you know, it's not because of intrinsic properties of women, but because we are often the ones responsible for food in the household, for water management in the household, and for caring for people who are not well, or are elderly or disabled. So I think those are three arenas where we really need to look at what is gender justice in those three arenas in the context of climate change. Shall I stop?
Yes,
I
thank
can
you.
say other things later.
Yes. Can you just also just given the context of the climate change that we have seen in the country, the floods in the KZN, the heat waves in the Northern Cape provinces, and the work of your commission, what are those nuances that you have discovered at the commission in as far as the response and policies in addressing such disasters in the country?
So we are doing a lot of work on adaptation and resilience, and we have done sort of specific case studies of, you know, the KZN floods, of other examples where climate changes have really bitten, and we've made recommendations in that regard as to how to do better the next time something like that happens. Yeah. So we are working on that.
Thank you. To Ms. Casella, can you take us through the, given the current policies, documents, prescripts that are available in the country? How would you now gauge the climate change in as far as our response to it in the country as well as internationally? When you compare us to other countries internationally, how would you gauge our response to climate change?
Thank you very much for that question. I think South Africa, we have beautiful policies. I think that's one to start with. We have the recently signed Climate Change Act, which the President signed in July, that speaks to our response to climate change. And there's also the National Adaptation Strategy that also speaks to how we need to respond in terms of climate change adaptation. And that National Adaptation Strategy reflects the roles of women. It has an aspect of gender perspective to it on how we respond to disasters that happened. We also submitted the nationally determined contribution that was after the Paris Agreement, which was signed which was agreed in 2015, and South Africa has submitted their nationally determined contribution, which is a way of saying this is our commitment to the international community. Whilst our nationally determined contribution does not speak clearly on what the roles are for women there. It is gender quiet. Now, with the new nationally determined contribution that is coming up, which we're supposed to be submitting, we're advocating for the voice of women to be heard, so that at least we recognize the inequalities and how the response to climate change needs to be responded to, looking at different gender roles.
Thank you. And in as far as the negotiations that you have been involved in or you have observed, generally regarding these discussions, what are the difficulties or challenges that are involved in this negotiation in embracing the gender equality and in addressing the climate change to dismantle the discriminations that is caused by its responses?
Internationally, there is the Gender Action Plan that of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. That in itself is in the gender and climate change negotiations, wherein it's trying to recognize the importance of women in the negotiations and how in the negotiations there needs to be more women representatives. Now, if you look at historic negotiations in the international fora, it has mainly been men who are predominant in these negotiations. And that in itself makes it difficult for women to penetrate the space. But from the South African perspective, we have, at least I can say, we have more than 50% of our negotiators that are women. So I think we have balanced the gender issues there. Now, in terms of the whole of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, is also speaking about the 50-50 representation in decision-making, which is something that becomes important in the negotiation. So I want to think that there's strides being made to ensure that there's gender equality, but I think that more can still be done.
Thank you. Just one other question regarding the work that you are doing with the Department of Fisheries, Environment, Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. What can we expect from the department and from the work that you have been observing at the department or its report addressing these issues of climate change?
Currently, in fact, I was just talking to one of your colleagues that we are busy working on the South Africa's Gender Action Plan ourselves, because once we have this Gender Action Plan from the UNFCCC, from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, we then need to translate it into our own national policies. So that's what we have been doing. So far, we've had provincial consultations on having SA's National Gender Action Plan on how we responded. We've been working with all departments as well as all stakeholders in terms of how we would want to see gender reflected and having gender responsive policies. That's one of the things that we've been doing. We also have a gender focal point from the department that is responsible for coordinating all gender-related issues. And we intend to work more collaboratively with the gender commission to ensure that this does not only become a policy that gathers dust, because like I said, we have beautiful policies, but what we need now is to move from just having policies to implementation and not just talk, because we've been having a lot of these dialogues where we talk about the importance of gender equality and so on and so on. Yearly, and my thing is that we need to move beyond just talking, but taking action, and not just action, but implementable action that will have impact on the people on the ground. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. To our audiences, please prepare your questions. For the panel, please, I will request you to direct the question to maybe a specific panel member, unless they would want to address it in general, it's fine. As I will be taking another question in the meantime, you can prepare the questions. To Mrs. Jean, can you take us through what do you understand about the role of public sector, as well as its relationship with government about disaster management and rapid response?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the audience. My name is Valerie Geen, and I'm the National Coordinator for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I know it's a mouthful, but I think I needed to say it because what I wanted to do before I answer your question was just marry the word environment with economy. That our organization is about sustainable industrial development. And I think a lot of the challenges that women face are whether they are inside or outside of the economic landscape of the country. So I'm going to speak, to answer your question, I'm actually going to speak about work that we've done. I'm happy that I'm following on PEMI because part of our work has actually touched on the work that PEMI does. In 2021, we released a research report where we did a feminist critical analysis of about 10 policies in the country. And as she rightly points out, we've got beautiful policies. How much they say about gender is an interesting point, and whether they actually evolve into implementation is another one. So first of all, I'd just like to say that from our findings, reviewing 10 policies, they included the National Development Plan, some of the climate policies, the energy policies, etc., all the green industrial related policies. Out of those, we found that 5 out of the 10 of them at least mentioned gender. The other 5, or 6 out of the 10 did not make any reference to what they were going to do about the fact that they mentioned gender. So that was a starting point. But I want to perhaps, I can answer some of the other points of what I'd like to say later, but to your points about the public sector, I think that's important that the public sector obviously has the first and fundamental role to play in framing how you deal with disaster management. And the project that I ran, we had a limited time span for it. We're running it again for this year. And our focus this year is far more on the implementation component, because our first run of the project was to say, if your policies are not looking at gender, you don't have a strategy, etc., how do we assist you? This year, it's more focused on helping to do some capacity building around that. But that's not enough. It takes budgets, it takes commitment, it takes political will, etc. On the issue of disaster management, we've just, in our most recent configuration of the work we're doing, have included SALGA, because we thought it was important for SALGA to be represented, representing local government, because disaster happens right here, locally, in your different contexts. And we know that when we talk about climate change, we're going to see higher sea level rises in the coastal areas. We're going to see higher precipitation or less precipitation in others. We're going to see hotter temperatures in others. So our contexts vary. And so our local governments need to respond according to their context. But I know already, and I've heard it said in recent flood disasters, etc., that local government is not capacitated. They don't have budgets to deal with something that's right in front of them. And I think that's the starting point. So public sector has a responsibility, but it has to move beyond the national lens to the provincial and local lens. And then women, because I'd really like to take a stab at answering your question that you asked earlier about women. From the way I see it, if women are located in mostly in 2 sectors of our economy, which are the services industries, and 75% of our women are in private households. And so they are almost missing from all the key economic sectors of our economy. And even where they are there, they're in the lower rungs of that economy. So they don't have the resources. So when you talk about a woman-headed household, being attacked by a flood or a cyclone or a tornado, whatever, the resources in terms of money to rebuild that house, or to even have a house that can withstand that disaster. You also find that the infrastructure collapses. Last year, I think it was Citrus Dal, and it happened again, I think this year, got cut off. And farm workers, who quite often are women, can't get to work, can't sell their products if they're traders. So it's those sorts of issues that women are very vulnerable with because of where they are located in the economy, and therefore our policies from the public sector have to be responsive to that. And lastly, much as we're saying the public sector has a role to play, part of it I think also is a lot about education. Because are all those women aware that the temperatures are going to rise, and what does that mean? Are they all aware that they're prone to flooding, and what does that mean, etc.? There is also a very significant role for the private sector. And one of the key roles that the private sector, you would have seen it, especially with the big flood incidents in KwaZulu-Natal, was the issue of insurance. That when buildings, and even when there were other troubles in KZN, insurance had to come to the fore, and many of them, they didn't have enough money to pay out the bills. They had to be underwritten and supported to pay out insurance. Because not only is it a question about whether you are insured as an emerging farmer or a household owner, but your job might disappear. It might just have been washed away, and suddenly, even if you're a packer or a teller or whatever, you don't have a job to go to. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Molokwane, given that it's clear that there is need for collaboration and for departments and private sector to work together, can you tell us about your experience regarding maybe cooperative governance or collaboration in this regard, particularly in ensuring that the most vulnerable receive services during disaster times?
The one thing that I always slash on, even when, as the National Planning Commission, engage with Cabinet and Parliament and the different committees, is that we are so uncoordinated as a nation. To a certain extent, I don't believe that we've got a resource issue or a money issue, a money problem. We've got a coordination problem. We do have relatively the right legislation, policies, frameworks, you can name them, statements that we make, but we fall short on implementation. In our latest activities as the Commission, together with the Minister Ramokgopa, we are trying to make sure that all spheres of government plus the private sector talk to each other and we work towards the same thing. It cannot be correct that the most vulnerable people are the ones that are largely affected and situated in municipalities that cannot even perform or save them when there are disasters. And if you really, even if we really would expect the municipalities to assist those that are vulnerable, they don't have the resources because most of those people are not like ratepayers. They are barely employed. They are old people and women that are even looking after their grandchildren, and they are unemployed. So we need to make sure that as a state we address those kind of things. It needs a multi-pronged approach in a way. For women to end up being in a boardroom or in a place of decision making, it does not happen overnight. So we need to start with our girl children. We need to make sure that they are aware of the opportunities and try to get as many of them to school. You know, I always say to people, when I went to school, I wanted to be a medical doctor because that's probably the nicest thing and the biggest thing that I knew. And I got to learn when I was in matric that there are actually nicer things. And when I got to university, it even got more interesting. I ended up in the nuclear space. And as I was in there, I ended up in the environmental engineering space. So when you don't know what you don't know, you think the little that you have and see it's all that. Maybe we need more, purpose-driven interventions to go to those areas and make sure that girl children know that they, I grew up in a village, and my mother has always told me that your ticket out of poverty, is school. So I did not know any other thing, but the ticket out of that village and out of poverty, and for me to break the cycle of poverty, was going to school. A lot of these girls, they think when they go to their local school, they can just stop at any time, because, when I hear people say, I did not have money to go to school, and I say, I was raised by an unemployed woman, but I went to school. And once I said to one girl, just read your books. When you read your books, your marks will get you the money to get to school. But not everybody actually has got that understanding. And maybe we owe it to those girls in the far-flung areas to go there and for them to even see people like them, for them to understand that it's really possible. Because no matter what we like to say or don't want to say, the face of vulnerability and poverty remains largely black and African. So we need to be intentional about removing those girls from those environments. And the state must, as the chairperson has said yesterday, the state owes it to those kids to have those interventions. But at the same time, the state cannot do that on its own. We also need other sectors to come into the play so that we can all work together to improve a country. We're not going to have a better nation if we have a nation that is largely women-headed. I mean, close to 70% of households in South Africa are led by women, and most of them are actually unemployed. They rely on grants. And how are they even going to do it for their children, even if they wanted? So we need to be very intentional and probably move away from having talk shops. Let's just get our hands dirty and be on the ground and do it.
Thank you. I saw you at the hand, Mrs. Jean. Yes, you're welcome.
Sorry?
Pardon me. Oh, not Mrs. Jean. Nowadays.
If I may, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's a beautiful segue into the second dimension that I wanted to speak about. So, I spoke about the biophysical and what might be the sort of touch points there for women. And on the biophysical side, I do just want to say something about this disaster framing. So when we think climate change, we think disasters. And actually, those disasters are going to be normal. That's the point about climate change. It is changing the planet we live on and what we are accustomed to. So a thing that we used to think about as an exception and a disaster, will be how the world is. And we sometimes then also forget the other aspects of climate change, which are the slow burn things. They're not the extreme weather event, just heat. And if you think about heat, what is that going to do to the three areas of water, food, and health? Water is going to evaporate faster, and so there's going to be less of it around in most places. Food, the heat is going to impact the types of crops that can grow and how much they produce. And that affects women in particular. And in terms of the health, if you have somebody who has heart conditions or other kinds of chronic conditions, heat makes a lot of those things worse. Heat and changing rainfall patterns also brings diseases that we have eradicated in South Africa, like malaria, brings them back. And are our health systems, mainly populated by women, ready to cope with those kinds of things? So I think we have to mind shift a little bit from climate equals disasters of course, we'll always need disaster management, but we've got to start thinking it's business as usual to have those things. But I want to talk about the economic side, if I may, sir. You know, worldwide, there is a shift in economies away from economic activities which produce the emissions that drive climate change. Now, Pemi is well aware of the issue of, you know, the geopolitical inequality between countries and who needs to move first or slower on you know, shifting out of these high emitting sectors and into low carbon sectors. So, yeah, I mean, mindful of that we are a developing country and our shift can be slower. Nevertheless, these global shifts are impacting on us. Nobody's going to be buying our internal combustion engines. What is going to happen to all those jobs in the Eastern Cape? So, you know, the other arena where I think this is going to hit women in particular ways and where we need intentional addressing of women's perspectives and needs is in the energy sector. And the way women use energy and what we need it for and so on. And then that also raises a lot of the things that have already been spoken about at this conference. The issue of women's economic empowerment as these economies shift. So it's a seismic shift of world economies and South Africa's history. That is a big opportunity. That is a big opportunity to do it differently this time and to make sure we insert women and you know, obtain gender parity in these emerging sectors. I'll talk to you a little bit about what's happening in Mpumalanga. The Climate Commission is working with stakeholders in Mpumalanga to try to diversify the economy there, because Mpumalanga's economy is coal and all, you know, the value chain of coal, not just coal mining, and then it's tourism and agriculture. So, you know, we are looking at, as the coal sector shrinks over time, not immediately, but over time, we want to be sure the jobs are in place for people to go to before that even happens. And with stakeholders in the province, we've identified building out 3 existing sectors, which is citrus, wood, and tourism, and then 3 new sectors: industrial hemp, sustainable aviation fuel, that could be the saving of Sasol, by the way, and agrivoltaics are all new opportunities. But now here's the thing, there's a very gendered element to the existing jobs in the coal value chain, which are mainly occupied by men, coal miners, coal truckers, etc. And these new potential opportunities, which could just as well be occupied on a gender parity basis. So, you know, how are we ensuring that we insert women into these new economic opportunities? And I agree with you, it starts with girl children being aware of those opportunities being open to them. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, can I take questions and then let you engage further? Then yes, can we have 4 questions, please, from our audience? We have 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Yes. Our first question will be from Madam here.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to the panelists. My name is Hotatso Smela, and I'm here from the Open Government Partnership, but also just as an activist, someone who cares very deeply about these issues and who has been in this space for many, many years. I was very excited to hear about this panel and sort of centering this issue of climate change and the gendered impacts. And I've appreciated the different perspectives that have been shared and insights. But one of the things I'm really grappling with is in hearing the different inputs, is trying to get a sense of, it's been useful to get a sense of what the status quo is and what some of the issues are. But I think the struggle that I'm having, and perhaps for many that are not directly working in the space on a day-to-day basis, is getting a sense of, when we talk about the gender or the just transition, how do we, first of all, locate ourselves in that discourse beyond a theoretical sort of understanding and appreciation that all these impacts, the biophysical, the socioeconomic, and so forth, are very much gendered? How do we locate ourselves in the discourse for advocacy purposes and for opportunity? Because you're absolutely right. There are significant opportunities that are emerging in terms of women's economic empowerment. There are already some women actors and alliances that have been established, not just in South Africa, but that extend beyond into the continent around this issue of the energy space, and all the opportunities that come downstream in terms of the value chain. So there are some things happening there. But I think more broadly, and for me, particularly when we talk about climate finance, I think one of the biggest disappointments is that my sister was sharing how, in terms of NDCs and the negotiations happening in multilateral spaces, South Africa has done quite well insofar as meeting the targets around representation and inclusion of women's voices and participation. But where we are not, and this is where it comes to me, the issue becomes burning to say, where do we influence, how do we engage with it to influence our just transition, has to do with climate financing. So a very practical question I would pose is, to what extent is, in the context of our NDCs, is there a reflection of targets that would come from for instance, a gender, an action plan for gender, which is, I think, one of the things that was identified as a priority at the multilateral level for countries to do. To what extent is that really interrogating the sort of financial impacts, and from using a climate finance lens, or inserting gender in terms of climate finance? That's the one. To what extent, then, I would love to hear, are those engagements including civil society actors, women's organizations that are organized, that are engaging, that are influencing? So I guess I'm trying to, I don't know if I've been coherent, but I'm trying to have a very practical understanding. So when we move towards resolutions, and assisting and being thought leaders here with the CGE, we can say, okay, based on our understanding of the status quo, here are the opportunities, here are entry points, here are there significant gaps. Climate financing is a huge issue that we're not talking very much about, actually, and it's a critical one, especially from a gendered perspective. These are the sort of the steers we're giving to the Commission to follow on, and that we as actors can also follow on. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
indulging me.
Let's go on question here. Yes, it's you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for this input. Janine Hicks from the School of Law at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The first issue is, and it's rightly so, that we're seized by issues of climate change, and we've heard from the panelists about how women are in that survival space around navigating the impact on food and water, but also managing and being the caretakers of natural resources and ensuring sustainable resources of land and water of their vegetable gardens. So they're at the forefront of that, yet they're excluded from the consultation processes on mitigation of the impacts of climate change. They are excluded from leadership and representative structures in that regard. So we talk about having good policy. I think there's a policy silence and a gap. There should be a requirement that no process or structure can continue in the absence of women. Let's just have that legislated, embedded in policy. If this comes your team of negotiators and there are no women here, send them back. Thing number one. It's time to be bold. We can't wait 150 years, for heaven's sake. And then the second thing is we neglect the everyday environmental injustices. So we focus on, it's sexy, climate change, UN, everything. What about poor women living adjacent to polluters? What about industries that pollute water and rivers where women need to draw water to care for their families? What about women whose families are exposed to emissions from the Sasol and our petrochemical companies? We have bylaws, but municipalities are not holding industry accountable. And a further gap is when we look at vulnerable categories like waste pickers, women who make a living with families on landfill sites, recycling, playing such an invaluable role in the recycling. Because we have inadequate recycling policies at the municipality level, we don't have safe spaces for women and waste pickers to do recycling. There are no environmental protections, and these are violations of our Section 24A right to have a safe environmental space that's not impacting negatively on their health and well-being. So these are two further considerations I'd like to be included. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then we will have the last question.
You spoke about climate change and how it is ongoing and every day. You spoke about disaster management, disasters that occur. We have lived experiences. In 2020, the floods in KwaZulu-Natal left many destitute, not just in terms of shelter, but in terms of basic human rights like water. You speak of policies. Your climate change policies needs to speak to the, sorry. Was I audible enough for you? Okay. Your climate change policies and your Disaster Management Act is not in sync. That's evident. I hear you when you say about funds being available. There is adequate funds. Where is that funds? Because when disaster occurs, there's an amount of funds that's allocated to, let's use KwaZulu-Natal, for example. The province has faced so much in the last 4 years. Most recent is the tornado. But they are still suffering the after effects of the floods that happened in 2020, which further exacerbated the situation that's unfolding in the province. Water remains a critical issue. Dr. Hicks spoke about sanitation. There are homeowners who have complained of, sewage, raw sewage running through their houses. Now, what we need to ask ourselves is that those policies that you have at climate change level, how does it address the issue as and when a disaster occurs? Is it gender sensitive? Are we looking at issues as housing? Are we looking at schools that are destroyed? Are we looking at food, health, right to health care? I mean, a thing like a tornado was an unheard of phenomenon, but it happened. And we were not ready. Whether it came from the private sector, whether it came from whichever sector, short-term insurances were literally on their knees. So what it says to me is that our policy is not speaking to our acts, and that is what we need to get aligned. And we cannot discuss climate change and leave out disaster management. Thank you.
Thank you. And our fourth question is...
Thank you. So my name is Mzinduna, and I think my question follows on the comments that have been made by colleagues, because if we are to plan for an appropriate response, I think we need to kind of have more discussion on the problem and the status quo. And it's in relation to a statement that says, for example, women are not disproportionately affected by climate crisis, but are differently affected. And I want to argue for both, that women are both differently affected, but also disproportionately affected. So it is true that both men, women, and gender diverse people have the same exposure to climate crisis. However, the response, the ability to bounce back when we have experienced the extreme hydrological, circumstances of either too much heat or too much flooding, the response is different in relation to women. We saw the response in relation to the crisis for COVID-19, for example. A lot of women did not get the support that they were supposed to get. A lot of women were at the back foot. And in all crises, whether it is conflict situation, whether it is COVID-19, whether it is climate crisis, we see exactly the same thing. women lose their jobs and income, and because they already hold precarious jobs, they are more likely to lose their jobs compared to men in these circumstances. Women who depend on agriculture for livelihood, for example, there is research that demonstrates that they are less likely to receive agricultural inputs following a disaster compared to men in their communities. So this does put women at the back foot. And we agree that there will be interrupted clinic services, for example, but with interrupted healthcare services, women are not only differently affected, but also they are disproportionately affected, because there are certain services that, over and above the services that everyone will need, women are going to need those. So if the bridge has collapsed because of flooding, everybody cannot get to the clinic, so they can't get services. It's true, but women can't get emergency services for morning after pill for pregnancy, for example. So they will fall pregnant and they would not have. So the physiological differences that we spoke about yesterday, we need to carry through that conversation about what is it that is particularly going to only affect women, that will never affect men. So abortion services, for example, that will only affect women. And in our country, we already have a very long queue of, waiting queue for abortion services. So if you could not get there because of the floods, then you are unlikely to get that. You mentioned malaria and other diseases that may come back as a result of the extreme weather conditions, and it's true. But it is only women who will experience placental malaria. Men will not experience that. It is only women who will experience eclampsia. There are certain diseases and conditions that, over and above what everybody will experience, women will have more of. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam, I think yours is more of a comment than a question. And we will allow our panelists to comment on your statement. That will allow us to allow you opportunity. Ma'am, I saw you wanted to ask a question. Yes, can we have the question?
Yes, I think it's a contribution about the gap. I think in South Africa, as it's been deliberated, that we have so many policies and strategies and treaties that we align to. And we end up romanticizing the poor people in these beautiful hotels. Same by the black people, like copying and pasting the vicious cycle of the oppressor. And I think issues of environmentalism have to do with elitism. It's very elitistic in its framework. And my heart is paining. I'm a villager. I studied in Canada. I'm from the beautiful mountains of Drakensberg. It's beautiful, and we must not romanticize the remoteness of the rural communities. So in future or in your planning, I think the gap in your discourse is the indigenous knowledge systems, and also who owns the weather forecast of South Africa. Where does it come from? Who's got access to it? So I represent the civil society, and thanks to AIDS Foundation, because they have the ability to go to the grassroots level and make things that we were not aware of to become so visible. So these policies, honestly, are just like elitistic in its own nature, and they are not relevant to a villager whose husband is a migrant worker and is retaining a village family. And we need those village communities. So I would like to call upon this commission to recognize the traditional authority, the traditional leaders, and our rural communities and rural women. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I think given that we have different panelists with different expertise, I wouldn't want to impose a question. I think it would be best for the panelists to answer the question. You saw they didn't direct the question to any of the panelists. So I think you are welcome to indicate maybe who would like to start with what question. We have at least 4 questions and a comment. Thank you. Over to you, Madam.
Yes, thank you very much. I think from what has been said, we are talking to the converted. That's number one, right? And I think everyone here agrees that we have a lot of policies, plans, acts, and strategies. But what is lacking is now the implementation thereof. And the implementation is not only by the people who have drafted the policies, but people on the ground, the locals, the local communities, the private sector, and so on. The government does policies to create a space, a regulatory space for policies to be able to be implemented. But having said that, we also need to move beyond just talking. And this is something that I said when I started, and I said, we have policies, but we need to move beyond just talking to the implementation. Yesterday, when other panelists spoke, they spoke about how women also perpetuate the abuse of other women. And I'm saying, even from the discourse on climate change and issues like that, we need not be quiet as women, especially when policies are being drafted, and not wait for it to be enacted and say there's a problem with that policy. When it is out for commenting, then we need to comment boldly, you know, and not just wait for it to be enacted and then say there's a problem with that policy. Why it is been given for public consultation, it's so that the gaps can be filled by the people on the ground. That's exactly why the public consultations and why a policy of such would be, you know, given for comment. Now, in terms of the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution, you would recall I said that the previous NDC that was submitted was very silent on the gender inequality, the disproportionately of women, and how climate change differently affects them. Now, with the new, with the next NDC, that is still to be done. It's still at a developmental state, and this gives us an opportunity to make a difference. It gives us an opportunity to say, here are the gaps, and this is where we can close them. And I think from what we have learned to where we are going, we can be able to make a difference. And it's not only from us as the policymakers able to make that difference, but from each and everyone who is here that will be able to help us to make that difference. On the just transition as well, I mean, if we're talking about the just transition and we're saying it must be just, it must be inclusive, it must be equitable, we're already taking into cognizance the importance of including women in the justness of the transition, in ensuring that even as women move into informal trading, they are being educated into whatever green economy that we are moving into. For an example, if you're looking into the formal economy that women have been involved in, now we're talking about how do we capacitate them as we move from, as we transition to a green economy. Those are the things that we need to start to talk about. And I like what the last speaker spoke about when we need to stop romanticizing when things are not done right. But we need to go out there to the community and capacitate, make them aware, and take them along. And take also the issues of indigenous knowledge systems, which is something that is very important, because women are the first point of response, even when disasters hits, or any other thing like that, or are the first people to feel the brunt.
And what would be the role of the traditional leaders here in addressing the same question?
I think the traditional leaders need to be on board as well, because they have a significant role in ensuring that women take a center stage in decision making. And I think they need to be able to know that. If you look at your Queen Mujajis, how they are the ones who were at the forefront of leadership, and even the women of 56, how they were the ones who ensured that decisions are transformed. Then there's nothing stopping traditional leaders from being engaged on such issues. I thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. I like the fact that South Africa has got at least 50% being women when we are going to conventions and discussing these policies. But I don't think it's still fair. We've got more than 50% of this population being women. Just the other day, when I was on a flight back from Cape Town, I read an article that says 60% of mortgages that has been approved in the last year is by women. So which means women own 60% of properties. Marginalized as they are, but they still do it. And most of them, we know they do it because they have to take care of their children. It's a home for their children. So we really need to be a bit ambitious and stop this 50-50, because we are not, the population of South Africa is not 50% male and 50% female. There are more women in this country. There is a study that was done I think 3-4 years ago, that actually said women generally spend 80%, if not more, of their earnings at home. Most men don't spend 50% of their earnings at home. So we cannot want to be equal. We just need to be a bit more. The other thing, I think, as a state, we have not done so well. How many of these policies are actually in indigenous languages? I've not heard my mother telling me that they were called at the chief's crawl because there is a climate change policy that is being discussed. And the chiefs and the traditional leaders have got a huge convening power. They know how to get their people there and talk to them and make them understand. So we need to fix those basic things. Very few of our people know that you should not build, they don't know that you should not build a house next to a river. If they knew, nobody wants to be flooded. There's no one who wants their house to be taken by floods, So the location of where they live, and hence my earlier statement that, this requires a multi-pronged approach. Human settlement needs to come to the party and make sure that we provide our people with human settlement, not houses, which means there must be schools, there must be shops, there must be places of work, there must be play areas, there must be recreational, there must be proper schools in a community where people live. Now, if a woman who wakes up at 4 o'clock and leaves school for her children to cross the river on their own, to go to school when she's going to her temp job where she's badly paid, who's going to take care of those kids when there's no housing? It means she can't go to work. There's no place. She stops working to look after her children. And those are not the people in the suburbs. Those are not the people in the township. They are the people in the villages. They are the people who just literally have built their mud hut, if not their mud house, with their bare hands. So we need to just fix the basics and make sure that we are all aligned. And it's said that, we also have to admit that we're talking to ourselves.
Thank you. Yes, over to Ms. Kim.
Yes, I'll try and respond to a number of questions I heard. The one point I'd like to make is that who makes policy? I think you'll assume that it's the two ladies next to me that make policy from the National Commission and from... But actually, I want to go just what happens before that. Quite often, our policy is made by very technical people engineers, scientists, consultants, universities, etc., predominantly men. And so there is a growing body of knowledge and research that is arguing for us to move beyond a technological lens and an economic lens when we talk about sustainable development, responding to climate change, etc. And that body of knowledge is arguing that we need to bring more social scientists into the room. So we need to hear the voice of the social workers, the teachers, the health workers, whoever. And then when we were making reference to indigenous knowledge, there is also a voice that needs to be brought into the room. What do you know about growing potatoes? And how are your potatoes impacted if there's too much water? Do bugs get into them? I once had a conversation with somebody who was working for the Department of Agriculture, who was telling me how strict the European Union is on importing our potatoes if any little bug gets into them. And that applies to many of our food production processes. So we need the social scientists, we need the geographers, so those people who know what's happening geographically from the weather forecasting points of view or from the climate physical points of view, the scientists. And we also need the legal minds, because when we're talking about energy justice, when we're talking about a just transition, if people out there, the communities at large, know that they have rights, the more they know that they have rights, whether they're rights of distribution, whether they're rights of procedure, etc., the more we can become, and we have started to see it happening in South Africa, we're starting to see, it's still small, but we're starting to see some litigation happening where people are realizing that I can go take this big corporate on for a fight because they are emitting in my backyard or whatever the case may be. So I think legal experts and many other professions, it really needs to be beyond just the traditional people that have informed our policy. And then I think in answer to the question of the voice of women, I have worked for many years with business, with the private sector and with the government. And one of the policy-making strategies, as I understand it, is a formal one, which goes through NEDLAC, where you have your business, government, and communities. I'm not sure who sits there representing communities, and labor. So there is a question I always have in my mind as to where do we have a collective voice of women if we want to talk about a gender mainstreaming perspective, and especially when women are so diverse, because we have rural women, we have township economy women, we have urban women, we have professional women. So how do we consolidate the voice of women in a way that speaks for each of those different components of women and gives forth an input? Because Pemi is right, there are opportunities for consultation, public consultation. People do get to express their views on certain platforms, but we're not always sure how the process works in terms of those opinions and suggestions being taken on board. Sometimes it's he who has the biggest or the deepest pockets that is most likely to probably be heard than those who have no money at all. And then I'd like to just maybe end on saying that I think the CEO mentioned earlier something, what was it about? It sparked my mind in terms of long-term planning, because we do have a tendency quite often to be reactive. And if we think long-term planning, I'd also like to suggest flexible long-term planning, that there's scope for, this has changed suddenly, so how do I... So COVID happened, for example, an unexpected event in all our lives. And what happened? I know, because I've worked with most of the big industries that are situated here in Sandton, they had built huge buildings. And a lot of those buildings are standing empty now. They built energy efficient buildings. They did really upscale type of buildings. But a lot of them are not being populated because COVID made people aware that they could work from home. And suddenly we had a very different trajectory. So similarly, when we think about planning for the future, we need to say that if we can see that through disasters, our storm drainage is not suitable anymore, we need to start thinking long-term. How do we now start replacing those small pipes for bigger storm drainage so that it can absorb the water? How do we stop building very concretized complexes so that there's nowhere for the water to go? How do we start putting more trees, more grass, more whatever that absorbs the water? Those sorts of things. How do we think about fire breaks? How do we think, and then I want to also speak to what Louise was mentioning about the opportunities, because all too often we think, oh, woe is me, disaster. You know, there's also opportunities. But, and this is what we found in our own research as well, that women said, 77% of the women who responded said, we don't know what those opportunities are. So it's very important as well that we make it tangible. We say, what do we mean by an opportunity? So, for example, if we're talking about renewable energy, what are the opportunities in the whole value chain of renewable energy? At the extraction, because there is extraction, it may be renewable, but we are going to extract copper and cobalt and lithium and stuff from the ground. So if we're extracting, what does that mean for women? And I come back to an earlier point made about the fact that it might impact you negatively because they're going to dig right in front of your house, or someone's going to emit their pollution or their emissions right in front of your house. But alternatively, can you see yourself as a woman or your daughter educating them to say, well, there's a role for you. You can play in your civil engineering space or in whatever kind of work you do to assist at that life cycle of the business. There's a production phase, there's a distribution phase, there's a storage phase, there's a consumption phase. Where in all those parts of the life cycle of any business can you spot the opportunities? And we need business to tell us that. We need the entrepreneurs to tell us that. And we need to then communicate that. And then you've got something to say as a woman, because you can say, well, but I can drive a truck, or I can make a truck, or I can build a train, or, you know, those are the different tangible things. And I think it's only when we start to understand things tangibly. And I think a lot of us learn by seeing and doing. So not just from our textbooks, but going to a site and seeing that this is what I could do. This is a job I could do. And here's then what I need in order to prepare myself to do that work. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Naude. I was hoping you could also cover the role of the caretakers or the custodians of the natural resources was one of the questions, and climate finance. Over to you.
Thank you. So I want to thank the comments and the questions that came from the floor, because you certainly are enriching the debate. And I particularly want to thank the person, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, ma'am, who made, you know, more nuance of the point I was making about different exposures and vulnerabilities of men and women. You're right. Women are more on the back foot, and so the impacts are, there are more greater vulnerabilities. Thank you for bringing that up. I also thought the point about indigenous knowledge was very important, because indigenous knowledge comes from a time when we were more in tune with our environment, and so, you know, there's absolute riches to be had in indigenous knowledge about how to live in harmony with nature as humans. So I really think that has to be elevated and brought into how we deal with this. In terms of disasters, okay, so the Climate Commission is working with the disaster management people in government. They're busy developing a new disaster management strategy. And so we're trying to, you know, work together to ensure the climate dimensions are accounted for there. And the president has put up a fund called the Adaptation Fund, which will precisely address some of the issues the commissioner was raising about where do we find the money when these disasters do happen. That we, you know, and PEMI would be going into the global negotiation system to get what is called loss and damage money for South Africa. It's when you know, loss and damage is when you were really unable to adapt to a climate change, and you're now faced with the consequences of that. I think what's really important to think about in response to climate changes is resilience. So there's adapting to, but there is also just building the resilience of the system. And some of what you were saying, for example, about stormwater drains, is that longer term thinking to be resilient in the face of these impacts. And we're doing a lot of work as the Commission on resilience and also what will be the costs of adaptation. There's a Just Energy Transition Partnership implementation plan, which costed what money does South Africa need for mitigation in the energy system, but we want to also cost what money does South Africa need for adaptation and resilience, so that we know exactly. But I want to turn back to gender. Also, just to say, there is a vibrant civil society movement engaged on climate change issues. And I really would, if anyone wants to connect with them, please get my contact. I'm very happy to connect you with those networks. And, they are also working at really local levels down on the ground. The issue of gender and climate change, I think there is a gap. There is not a coherent and agreed and well thought through agenda for gender in climate. Climate has to get into all your gender work because that's the world you're going to be living in. You've got to think climate. But gender has to get into the climate world. And there isn't a well-articulated agenda for what are we campaigning for, what is our advocacy. And so, I really would appeal that maybe we can start with a meeting between the Gender Commission and the Climate Commission to discuss how are we going to develop such an agenda. But we also need, and I go back to my own roots as a gender activist back in the 1980s, we need a women's movement, and we need that at national level and at local levels. I'm in a project at the moment working with women at grassroots level in Emalahleni. But, these things need not to be little fragments everywhere. It needs to be a coordinated, the voice of women, because we can't insert our voice into policy and other realms if we haven't agreed an agenda amongst ourselves. What are we going to be calling for? What are we going to be building? So that's my clarion call.
Thank you for bringing also the resolutions and the way forward to it. It seems useful. So I will say at least we have 2 minutes each for us to say what is the way forward for the country given the 30 years that we have been in this journey. So I will, in reverse, then start with Ms. Jane. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So the current, I must also just perhaps go back to something I said earlier. When we did the assessment of policies, it wasn't for the sake of criticism. It was for the sake of assisting government to say, have a look at yourself in the mirror, see what you're missing. And I must say, I know PIMI's unit started, improving on their work, and they continue to do that on their own. We worked with the Department of Women. We said, let's see you become a much more active agent. But in terms of the way forward, I think that while we say we may not need money or we do need money, I think money is always important for various things, but how we spend the money is important. So from a implementation perspective, those policies need to become plans, and plans that are realistic, that are based on what people actually need, what will actually help people go forward. And so the work we are focusing on at the moment, and I say we as in UNIDA, but we've got a very short time frame, is to help capacitate government in terms of thinking about those plans in more detailed ways, with indicators, to be able to say, we'll know that we've arrived or reached this target. And then we also talk about budgets, that there needs to be a budget assigned to that. I'm not aware that most government departments have a gender person, but I know the organization I work for, these gender units, And every single one of our projects goes through that gender person. And they have to say, did you say anything about women in there? And the same should apply to us in our different organizations. And then in terms of a last point I'd like to leave, I read an interesting journal article that was taking a perspective of 25 years of gender mainstreaming since Beijing. And one of the things it was saying was we've got a challenge with research. And there's a graph they show where I think there's about 117 research papers produced in the UK compared to our 21, for example, in South Africa. So we're not keeping active in terms of research. We need data. We really do need data. We need to know what's happening in the Eastern Cape vis-a-vis in Mpumalanga. And then that helps us to make informed decisions. We also need a closer partnership between the researchers at universities and the practical policy practitioners out at large to say, well, you've done the study, now tell us what it means for us. Or what do you need to know so it informs our research? And that was it's just one of the findings that they did after looking at a whole lot of research that had been conducted over the years, that research needs to come to the party and it needs to inform our decision making and our policies. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think to Dr. Heck's point, maybe CGE should make a commitment today to advise government to actually make it into law. That every APP, every budget that does not have a gender line, an item, it should not be approved. So, because we do talk about these things. We have been forever and ever. We've got Women's Day and all nice things that we say, but the implementation does not happen. And one thing that I've noticed that South Africans, even the government as a whole and the technocrats, they respond well to law. It's unfortunate that everything has to be legislated and put into bills and laws for things to happen. But I think it's high time we have that when it comes to gender mainstreaming. Women are the backbones of our country, probably even the world, and they are the most resilient ones. I mean, I mentioned the stats about them being not even 10% of executives in this country, but still owning more houses than men. It says a lot. Can you imagine if more of them can be given space or room, you know, to actually say their say, including those that are less educated, because the people that are less educated have got that knowledge, that the indigenous knowledge. There are things that we now buy at discount. And for us, we grew up, our parents picking them up in the backyard and boiling it and we drink for flu. I mean, during COVID, Lingana was just made so popular and now it's even in the shelves of, like, you know, African potatoes, you name them, the list is endless. Alu, you know, something you could just cut in the backyard. So they've got that knowledge and they can even add value to all our policies and the direction that we want to take. So I guess from me is inclusivity, inclusivity, inclusivity.
Thank you very much. I think for me, what would be a parting line is for us to take is implementation, implementation, implementation. Right? And I'm saying this, that we need to be able now to take a stand for creating effective, equitable solutions that consider the most vulnerable, amplify underrepresented voice, and forge a path towards a more just, sustainable future. And that can be done by all of us. I thank you.
Thank you. A distinguished guest, we need indeed to appreciate the participation of our panelists for a very fruitful engagement. Can we give them a round of applause once again, please? Indeed, we believe that we have taken a lot from them, and it is clear that research and data is needed in this environment. gender budgeting is essential and should be taken into account, as well as implementation, as emphasized over and over again. And also, it seems collaboration is necessary. That meeting of CGE and the Climate Commission is overdue. So with those words, I really appreciate your participation, and we're looking forward, and we had a very fruitful discussion. I'll then hand over back to the actual program director. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think we should give the other groups some time to come back because the session was scheduled to end at 1:15. But in the meantime, I can just make these few announcements that there has been adjustments to the program. After the session that has ended, we will take remarks from Minister Nancy Ngumba from the High Commission of the Republic of Kenya. From there on, we will then continue as planned with the conference declaration. We will take the closing remarks, and then another adjustment is that we are adding the vote of thanks, which will be taken by Ms. Belo Malibye, who is a manager in the Western Cape province. So let's just give other delegates some time to complete that site, and once they have concluded, we will continue with the program. Thank you.
her comparative analysis that she was going to give, because it cannot be given after the closing remarks, will be included in our report. She will be comparing the CGE 30 years and their 30 years as in Kenya. She will type it up properly, it won't be rushed, and then it will be part of what we include in our report. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's basically it. You see, technology. When I was born, there wasn't such things. We would all be standing here. Libo Khabeleng, Libo Esther. We would all be in the queue here. You see. A few minutes, ne? Will we finish if we start with them? Yeah, so let's leave them, doesn't matter. Let's dispense with them and then do it. Thanks. I could have finished reading the bio. Because she's coming in person, that's why the bit of mix-up in on the thing. Yeah. Otherwise, the recording we could have started. You understand? Yeah. You're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got instructions from Mpilo to, in the meantime, we're trying to get the minister to unmute, so I will do the honors properly and go through her bio. I told you, we never used to mute and unmute in my time. Okay. In March 2023, President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed Minister Maropini Ramakgopa to serve as the Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation under the 6th administration. She later served as the Acting Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in 2024. She was reappointed to serve as Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation under the 7th administration, governed by the Government of National Unity. She's a seasoned politician with extensive experience in diplomacy, governance, and administration. She was born on the 31st of December, 1979 in Polokwane, in Limpopo, and grew up in Leboakgomo Township, just outside of Polokwane. She's a mother of 3 and the second daughter in a family of 4 daughters. She holds several qualifications in commercial administration, business management, and municipal finance, and is currently completing a master's in public administration. She's a South African policymaker and diplomat with 10 years of experience in economic diplomacy and multilateral diplomacy, and served in various diplomatic advisory roles. She served as the manager of stakeholders in the Office of the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation from 2014 to 2016. She was the Consul General in Mumbai between 2016 to 2019 and served as the Treasurer Consular in Mumbai for 2 consecutive terms. She became Chief Advisor to the African Union Chairperson of the Republic of South Africa in 2020 to 2021, and the Special Advisor in International Relations to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. She has extensive experience in public governance and policy development in local government, having served as World Councillor in the Kgatelopele municipality in 2005 to 2006, as the Executive Mayor of Siyanda District Municipality from 2006 to 2009, and the Office Manager in the Northern Cape Premier's Office Status of Women between 2009 and 2013. She served on several boards, Kalahari Kuvit in Uppington in the Northern Cape, the Northern Cape Tourism Board, National Youth Development Agency for 3 years, where she contributed immensely to the development of youth, focusing on young women. She also served on as the regional convener to the Progressive Women's Movement in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope after this we are ready. We're not coming through. We're not coming through. Is it? Okay. All right. Yeah. Afro Makaplan Altid. We've got a glitch. We've got a glitch in the matrix. Madam Amanda, are you ready for us to call you, or yes, or can we skip you as per the arrangement? What do you do?
I can say something.
Yeah, please come forward. I knew it. I could make it.
The Commissioner, the CEO, members of the Commission present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In Kenya, we greet twice. Good afternoon again. Greetings from the Republic of Kenya. I would like to start by thanking the Commission for this opportunity to be here. The High Commission is excited to be here. And let me take this opportunity to say that this is only a representation of how serious Kenya is on issues of gender equality. Let me thank the panelists. It's been a very engaging session, and the participants for that vibrant and peaceful environment that you've created since yesterday. I would like to start by celebrating the women of South Africa. I can tell you, you are in the history books, you can be sure. From apartheid to this moment, congratulations, you've done a great job. In terms of fighting for this country, in terms of development, in every way, we know you. Since I was a small child, Winnie Mandela and others, we know them. Not only in Africa, but in the world. I can only ask that the current generation upskill that, don't fail those heroes. As I sat in the session yesterday and today, the reason I asked to be here today is because I have seen so much similarity in us between Kenya and South Africa in terms of development in gender equality. And you will allow me to just say something because I stand here as a small sister. Not as a small sister, yes, in terms of Kenya, South Africa development. And in that, mention that Kenya and South Africa enjoy very cordial relations. We are good friends. And to secondly say that you have a beautiful country. I have been here for the last 2 years. I have another year or so to go. I have visited South Africa. I have 2 provinces to go, and that is because you have, I don't know whether you know, but you have a beautiful country. Well developed, your roads are fantastic. Driving across is like, you know, and I don't want to compare in that way. I don't want to say more. I might be caught in some excitement. So I wanted to say that in terms of comparison, we have a lot of similarities and a lot of challenges that we share. And I just want to mention 3 things. 1, partnerships. 2, in terms of education and training. 3, property ownership. And property ownership, I'm just, trying to dilute it because there is a lot we can say about it. And you'll allow me at this stage to keep my diplomatic status there so that we can speak as ladies. Please don't judge me. I always hear my daughter telling me, Mama, why are you judging me? Please don't judge me. I just want to be a little sincere. Partnerships. South Africa and South African, and I don't want to call you women, I want to call you ladies. You're doing too much to invent the wheel. You're just trying so hard to invent the wheel. I have been listening to hear partnerships and nobody mentioned that. When you talk about partnerships in this hall, you talked about it in terms of others within. What about us? The reason we could talk about partnerships is because Kenya is older in terms of independence. While you're hitting 30 hard years, we are hitting 60. So in terms of where we came from, Beijing and on, we have gone through a lot. I had questions back there thinking, they're still in that, they're still doing that. That is because in many ways, we can learn from each other. And you can learn more from us in terms of how far we've gone and what we have done. And I listed a few things. Implementation of gender policies. I can tell you we are far. The role of governance and the role of other MDAs, other organizations like civil societies. I hear a fear of a non-governmental organization and the civil society in this city. We manage them, we don't fear them. And let me tell you the truth. In terms of sensitization, awareness, oversight, issues like sex education in school and in community, they are doing great in Kenya. They're doing a fantastic job. I wish you could embrace them, control them, and let them do it the way you want. They are very important. I also want to talk about the role of government. Government has a very huge role in the development of gender in our countries, not just in policy, but in terms of implementation of the so many policies that we have. I know I can give a few examples of the collaboration between the security forces from the police in terms of the security of the woman and the girl child in Kenya. We are far off, we are very far. GBV, we are actually protected by our police. We have a Nyumba Kumi initiative. Nyumba Kumi in Kiswahili means 10 houses. Communities are divided into sectors that look after each other, so that your daughter is my daughter. And if I see anything, it is within that community person who takes care of that community. There are small things like that that make huge differences in our communities. And here the focus is to take care of what in Kiswahili we call, and we were shown by President Moi, our second president, he called that person down there, mwananchi wa kawaida, the ordinary person. It's not a very nice way of saying it, but that person is protected. And why is that person protected? Because that is where the majority of the population is. That is where the majority of the population is. Keeping the girl child in school, whether they are pregnant, it doesn't matter. See what happens to that child, and that girl goes to school, because that girl child is the future. There's this thing about that when you've educated a girl child, then you've educated society. Stick to it. It is so important. Female genital mutilation is a huge thing in Kenya. Early marriage. I don't know what you think about a girl who is 18, under 18, and in a marriage. I will stop it at that, because if I continue. Other things, of course, are women participation in all sectors of society, and we include disability, disabled. Here is very important. We have a system in government where we have the 2/3 majority. 2/3 majority, even in procurement. What government procures out there, women and the disabled are taken as a special unit. They have their percentage in procurement. Nobody takes it from you. Protection of the family and the marriage institution. We need, and we need it in South Africa in a bad way. I've learned so much in this country. You need to learn from others. How are they doing it? Please pick it. Pick it, like yesterday, because you need it. We need to rescue the girl child. I have just heard from the last session, that last panel, that 70% of homesteads in this country are headed by women. 70%. That is something. That is really something that you need to take care of. Let me also say that on the issue of education and training, if you come to Kenya, the setup is different, and it's because of where we come from, and therefore we need to learn. We need to actually really learn what is happening. The education sector, the training sector. We have systems in Kenya where training is easy, and this is the technical training that has not really picked up in the 30 years in this country. We train tailors, we train mechanics, we train. They're in every corner. If I need a mechanic, I already know one. Here, it will take me 3-4 days to have my toilet fixed. And we are still talking about unemployment. Technical skills. Where are the tailors? Where are the mechanics? Where are all those? That is where the majority of the population is in informal sector. I have also heard, the second thing that I heard strongly is that there is a fear here that if we have a very large informal sector, we may not be able to control, we may not be able to get, I don't know how to say about it in technical language, but the taxes from them, or we need to retrieve from them so that they can be beneficial to the tax and many other ways. It is a major sector in terms of contribution to the unemployment. We have so many youth lying there. What are we going to do? This is also tied to the welfare the society in South Africa. You have to help them because they are not earning. They are idle, they are sleeping. What do? They go to crime. It reports to the crime rate in this country. Informal sector. Train your youth, get them to do things for themselves and others, and they will get out there and be useful. Because the population in South Africa that is down there is quite a lot. They need to serve each other. To serve, I mean to give each other services. My last point, without taking so long, is property ownership. I know it is complicated in this country, but my input on property ownership is to encourage the women of South Africa that liberation is not over. And I know this is sensitive. Until you can have the greatest resource that you require. It may not sound nice. Some people might be wondering, how can she say that? And she's a diplomat. Let me tell you, ladies. In terms of learning from each other, you're welcome to Kenya. The majority of our population are in agriculture. And what we do in agriculture, value addition, feeding the population. There are so many things that can come up out of agriculture. And for you to preserve a better life for your children and your great-grandchildren and the future generation, please, that is the greatest resource you have. No one may want to tell you this openly, that I'm talking to you women. No one else. You have seen that men take the best jobs, men do this, men do this. Majority of them are sleeping, one way or another. Wake up. Wake up and get the resource that you require to change the lives, not just of your girls, but your boys as well. It is important. In conclusion, I know that I haven't done justice to a comparative study of the two, but let me say that let me talk directly to the Commission, to the chairperson of the Commission and the CEO. Kenya has a lot to offer, and we welcome you to the High Commission to come and have a conversation about what we can gain from Kenya in terms of how far we are in gender equality, and let us benchmark on how far we have gone in our 60 years. Last word, allow me to state one thing, and I urge to be excused. I urge each one of us to encourage our society, our children, to get free from the welfare mentality. It is a colonial mentality. It's a special liberation. It's another liberation. It is very significant to be self-reliant. Self-reliant. Put money in your pocket at the end of the month that doesn't belong to government, that belongs to yourself, your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kenya. And East Africa in particular. It's only just 4 hours away. And there are several flights in a day. I have had instances of South African women coming to Kenya and not returning. You're welcome. Let us share the challenges and the gains together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Another round of applause. I think we should also applaud the moderators from the previous sessions. I think they did very well in holding space, my colleagues. Okay, and so we continue with the program. We remain, as it is said, on the program that was shared this morning. We will move on now to the declaration. I think a common phrase that has been reiterated since yesterday is that we are tired of talking. And I agree, we are tired of talking. Talking alone is insufficient. However, I do think it is important to talk, but it must be coupled with action. I like the analogy that was used by Dr. Mzi yesterday about a pattern. She mentioned that there was a pattern that had been developed before our time. I mean, I'm only 4 years older than democracy. And there's one we've crafted ourselves. And you said it's important to reflect on that pattern. And I think moments such as this one create that opportunity for us to see if we like this pattern. And if we don't, we change it. And you also importantly said that future generations must determine for themselves whether they want to take from us or create their own pattern. So we've deliberated, there's been reflections and resolutions, and these have culminated into a conference declaration. So at this point, we are recommitting ourselves. We could be creating a new pattern. Dr. Matotoka, I'm now handing over to you to take us through the conference declaration as we commit ourselves to gender equality and gender transformation going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good afternoon once more. I will read the draft that was crafted during the course of the deliberations. But as we know that even in the last session, we did not capture all the deliberations, so we're still going to consolidate because there's a lot of issues that have been raised that warrants us to take a different direction in terms of how we're going to tackle these issues. And we are coming out of this conference being committed to to support and strengthen efforts towards the creation of a comprehensive policies programs that address the root cause of gender-based violence and femicide. And in doing so, we call on the government to institutionalize NSP. It must not be an option that is exercised by different departments. It's something that must be done. And in doing so, we must, as the CGE and also with institutions, hold duty bearers accountable for failing to institutionalize the NSP, because the NSP is the blueprint of challenges that arise as a result of gender-based violence and femicide, but also providing solutions in terms of how we are going to address those. So we need to hold the department accountable so that the institutions can really be held accountable. So we therefore cannot expect a situation where a department's APP is passed and accepted without specific aspirations coming out of the NSP. It must be something that we deal with going forward. We strive for a greater inclusivity in language for gender diverse persons. And in so doing, the PENSALP must assist us in terms of the proper languages that must be used in terms of reference to different diverse persons. And we're happy because we're already having a gender terminology project with them that helps us to have a deeper understanding. But of course, it cannot stop now. It must be a continuous process so that we do not unintentionally discriminate unfairly against persons. Of course, we understand that there is a need to ensure that gender equality is legislated. And against this backdrop, it is important that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability expedite the wage bill. We are aware that the wage bill, as presented recently even in Parliament, it was said that it is going through relevant structures and it will be open for comments by the public. We therefore urge everyone in this room, their constituencies and the people that they work for, to ensure that once that bill is open for comments, we provide valuable inputs, because the achievement of gender equality also requires, coming out of this conference, that it must be legislated and it must be done urgently. We also recognize the underrepresentation of vulnerable groups when it comes to political representation. And therefore we urge that there must be that quota that deals with lack of representation of women in different political parties. It must not be a nice to have. We've come to a point where that must be the case going forward across all political parties in the country. When it comes to access to health care, Treasury needs to come to the party. Gone are the days where we are told that we do not have budget to provide basic health care services. When it comes to termination of pregnancy services, women in remote rural areas do not have access to those. So the Treasury must come to the party and ensure that there is adequate funding to the Department of Health. But in the same breath, departments must be held accountable for those that are returning monies back to Treasury for failing to provide a basic service. Similarly, we must hold the Department of Health accountable for the violence that we've seen as far as forced sterilization is concerned. And we call on the Department of Health to expedite the finalization of those cases urgently. Because we appreciate that as long as those matters are not finalized, those that were subjected to this do not enjoy substantive equality. We have discussed in this conference the plight that comes with informal traders. We therefore recognize that it is important that we follow up with the Department of Justice in as far as the South African Law Reform Commission's Project 143. This is long overdue. We must ensure that the safety of informal traders, women's participation in the mainstream of the economy is realized through that project paper. And therefore we must lobby Parliament to adopt a legislation that recognizes this vacuum in law. And as such, the CGE must spearhead that discussion with the Department of Justice together with the Law Reform Commission. I know my team is looking at me and say, hey, what is this one saying? With sexual harassment as one of the issues that are burning in institutions of higher learning as well as the workplace, we recognize that the non-uniformity of policies by institutions of higher learning is one of the reasons why matters are not properly handled by institutions of higher learning. There is a ministerial report that has been submitted to the minister in terms of how this must be handled. Because sexual harassment impedes on the right to dignity of many persons in university communities, we urge the Minister of Higher Education to expedite that report and adopt those recommendations. And those recommendations are actually supported by one of the research studies that we have done as an institution. The CGE must work closely with the BBBEE Commission to really deal with the lack of ownership and participation of women in the economy. There is a gap that exists within the legislative prescripts of the BBBEE. It's unfortunate they're not here. Oh, they are here. Oh, yes. Sorry. They are here. We must expedite discussions around how we are going to deal with fronting practices, tokenism, over and above that. Those that are hell-bent on ensuring that transformation is not materializing, the CGE must be able to hold them accountable accordingly. If we are going to talk about inclusivity, it means all persons, irrespective of their gender, must have specific data so that healthcare services can be recognized. As such, we need to ensure that the SA starts to have data around the queer persons so that treatment, whenever is needed, is made available. So that is something that the Stats SA must start to adopt, and then we engage also with the Department of Health in that regard. Okay. Yes. They say I must not overcommit myself. On a lighter note, as I've said, everyone, these are the draft recommendations coming out of this. We will properly conceptualize, but there are those low-hanging fruits that we see we can immediately start and work on as an institution with your support, of course. But there comes a point where, as everyone said, now it's about accountability. We have had a lot of things that have been said. We need to hold people accountable. Against that backdrop, Chairperson and colleagues, allow me to then welcome the Minister, who I'm advised that is ready to engage this audience. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for allowing us to come and give just a reflection and remarks on this great event and deliberations that we have listened to that have really made us to believe that at least we are on the right track and to expect more. I've just heard that you have just been told, Doctor, that you must not overcommit yourself. Maybe we should overcommit ourselves so that we can then now be able to ensure that our performance is a bit higher, precisely because we'll be knowing that we overcommitted ourselves. Where I am, unfortunately, the network is not so good, so I'm actually being advised that it will work better if I switch off my camera, but I just wanted you to see my face before I do that. So having said that, let me take this opportunity, of course, to greet the program director, to also acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Ntabiseng Sipanya Mogale, also acknowledge the minister from Kenya, also acknowledge the commissioners and all the other distinguished guests, members of the media, and everybody else who's a gender activist who is in this room. I'm pleased to join this important and timely gathering. The reflection on the strides South Africa has made in terms of gender equality is one of the most important undertakings we can make as we commemorate our 30 years of democracy and freedom and continue to chart the path towards the South Africa we want. You know, one of the things that we have done that I didn't think that, or many haven't even thought of, was to come up with this model of bringing everyone together in South Africa, political parties, as much as possible, to work together in forming a government so that this government can then now be able to take us forward to the kind of South Africa that we want. So it just shows you that together we can do more and together we can actually do better. I'm excited to see these engagements, such as this conference hosted by the Commission of Gender Equality, continuing in the mainstream given the Commission's important constitutional mandate as entrenched through the Section 187 of our Constitution. This gathering brings together key stakeholders in government, private sector, and civil society. This is what we definitely need as South Africa and Africa, and humankind, of course, as we continue to call on all stakeholders in society to join efforts and to implement measures to achieve gender equality. Since the advent of democracy in South Africa, our government has been committed to the national and international instruments aimed at advancing the emancipation and empowerment of women. This includes but not limited to our Constitution, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Beijing Platform of Action. Over the past 3 decades, our government has adopted and implemented progressive policies focused on socio-economic transformation and to empower previously marginalized groups, including women. Much has been done to achieve gender equality in the country, but we should agree that, of course, a lot still needs to be done in this regard. We have an enabling legislative environment which has seen women making key strides in traditionally male-dominated sectors such as finance, energy, trade, transport, logistics, and mining. We also see women making strides in emerging economies such as the digital economy and artificial intelligence. Colleagues, despite these gains, many challenges still remains, as I've already alluded to. The challenge inhibiting women empowerment and gender equality in the country are well known to all of us and in the continent, the broader continent. The scourge of gender-based violence and femicide and lack of sufficient economic opportunities for women, access to education and employment continue to undermine our interventions and laid out plans to achieve women empowerment and gender equality. I'm encouraged that the speakers and panelists in this conference have echoed the message of collaboration in achieving our goals for gender equality. I also acknowledge the demand for government to implement measures to accelerate movement towards empowering women and bridging the inequality gap. We need collective action to ensure that we move in the same direction and to ensure that these matters holding us back towards achieving gender equality are actually addressed with agency. Colleagues, as the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, our role is to ensure that policy coordination and implementation and institutionalization of planning in government is actually done. Our focus has been to ensure that all policies and plans of government are aligned to the National Development Plan and that they center on women empowerment. Just to share with you, whenever we do our assessment as it relates to the annual performance plans of different departments, we ensure that the Department of Women and people, youth and people living with disability actually form part of our group, so that as we do the assessment of checking if the APPs are actually aligned to the NDPs and the MTDP, but they are also reflecting on the mainstreaming of gender, as well as the mainstreaming of women empowerment in particular, and of course for the youth and people with disability. This focus gives us an opportunity to increase the impact of our interventions to empower women, to be more strategic in having evidence-based implementation of policies and plans, and to ensure alignment in all levels of government towards achieving developmental goals, which prioritizes women empowerment and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that in response to the stubborn scourge of GBVF in our country, government in collaboration with civil society adopted the National Strategic Plan of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. There is a common understanding in our communities of the seriousness of the GBV scourge. The quarterly NSP report finds that most South African citizens believe gender-based violence is the most pressing issue related to women's rights. We need collective action to end the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in our communities. And of course, this also includes the entire African continent. And I think collaboration such as this one's and more will definitely be able to assist us to have a better voice that would allow us to ensure that we push gender equality and women emancipation programs, even on the platforms such as the AU. We are committed to ensure the implementation of the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide. The partnership between government, the private sector, and civil society, which saw the development of this plan, needs to continue to ensure that it is implemented. This year, the President of the Republic also signed the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill, which will assist in providing strategic guidance in the fight to end GBVF. Our department will ensure more effective monitoring and evaluation of government response to end GBVF, and that women empowerment remains the center of government's actions to achieve the goals of the medium-term development plan and as well as our national development plan. To make our collective efforts to empower women more effectively in the country, we need to ensure that we mainstream gender issues at all levels of society, in all spheres of society, whether it be in business, media, and various level of government. We should not just talk about women issues only on Women's Month. And this should be continuous engagement throughout the year. And I'm so glad that it looks like we are continuing with what we are just calling on here, as this is not necessarily Women's Month, but we are talking about issues of women emancipation, which you definitely have to take 365 days as an effort that and a campaign that we put in place. We should also call out behaviors and actions that go against the efforts to empower women. We need a societal shift on how women leaders are seen in our society, whether it be in institutions, organizations, and other communities. For example, you do not call or promote women leaders in organizations only when your organization is facing a crisis. We have seen examples in our recent past where women have been put in leadership positions and have been made the face of organizations that are going through a scandal. What does it mean when organizations only recognize women leaders when they need to soften the blow to recover from scandals? Gender equality should not be a footnote in discussions or building the country's or of building the country's economy and inclusive society, but it should be a reality that we see every day. As I have echoed, all policies and plans in our country should be driven by the aim of ensuring gender equality and empowering women. What is inclusivity when gender equality does not feature prominently? We should be more deliberate in all our platforms and spaces of participation in society about prioritizing women empowerment to achieve gender equality. For our interventions to stand a chance, the work to achieve gender equality and to empower women should begin at home as we assign roles to our children and check our behaviors. Because we all know that, of course, issues of gender and gender roles are just a societal construct. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, South Africa has made important strides towards gender equality over the past 30 years of democracy. The government has established transformative legislative frameworks, and we have strong private sector and civil society that are playing a meaningful role in partnership in this regard. Together, we all share a common goal of a prosperous and inclusive South Africa, which can achieve its developmental goals if we stand together. Having said that, we need to do more collectively. We need to be more deliberate and precise in our collective effort to achieve gender equality in this country and in Africa, of course, because we know in Ubuntu, I am because you are. So therefore, South Africa cannot prosper alone. If the whole of Africa does not prosper, then it means that we haven't been able to move the needle as fast and as wherever we are supposed to actually take it. We need to deepen our intervention so that women can participate meaningfully and substantively in the economy through greater economic opportunities, safety, and access to healthcare, as well as education. I must just say that as I'm about to just close, I think now, even if it cut, at least I've spoken enough. The AfCFTA, which we know that is will be the biggest trade area in the whole world, have actually called on different countries to actually set aside at least 30%. I think they said 30%, if I'm not wrong, I stand corrected, aside to say that this should at least be given to women. So as countries do report in terms of what they are doing and some other policies that they've put in place to be able to allow this free trade area to actually work better, because women in the main are the ones that are trading from one country to another, most especially when you talk about micro enterprises. So we really hope that we will then now come up with ways that we would encourage all our governments to actually do that and play our role wherever we are as well, to ensure that we do get this going. As the founding father of this democracy, South Africa, Tata Nelson Mandela once noted, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression." And I close quote. Having said that, thank you so much for allowing me to actually be part of this conversation and dialogue that we're having today, which is historic in its nature, because some of the things that we have discussed here today, I definitely know they are going to actually lay the foundation at which policy would be made, but activism will actually be strengthened. So thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those closing remarks, urging us to strengthen approaches and accountability measures. I walked slowly on purpose. I was observing Mr. Baloyi. He says, I don't know protocol. I thought he would stand up and say, no, chairperson must thank the minister. So I think I got it right this time around. As we edge closer to the end, I'm taking this opportunity now to call upon Ms. Mpelo Malibye to come and do the vote of thanks. I was saying to colleagues, I attended an event of a similar nature. Well, not the same, because we're the only ones with the mandate that we have. But it was similar in a way that we were discussing the same issues. It was on gender equality. And I attended it in August. And it was a TV production. So I was saying to colleagues, I think you planned this to the same standard. It is as if this is a TV production. And I wonder if you will thank yourself enough, having played a key role in the planning committee, Mpelo. But without wasting time, please come and do the roll-up. In TV, it's called the roll-up, when they acknowledge everyone who played a part in the production. Let's clap for her, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much. I think I would start by thanking the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. This was her brainchild, so thank you very much, Chair. Supported by the commissioners, thank you very much. Your contributions as moderators was really useful and wonderful to have you drive the conversation. To First Lady Megugu Mutlante, thank you very much for your presence. We really appreciate it. The video message of support from Me Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, the presence of Ms. Josina Marshall yesterday, colleagues from the Department of Youth, from Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Minister from the DPME. Thank you very much to the UN agencies and their representatives, and other developmental agencies. Thank you very much to the embassy representatives and the Minister from the Kenyan High Commission. To our institutions supporting democracy, I've noted PANSALB has a standout side. Thank you very much to them. All of our speakers, thank you very much to the legislatures that were in the room. We had KZN as well as Limpopo. To civil society, which brought really, really robust and engaging presence to the discussions. Thank you very much to the faith-based organizations and the traditional leaderships who were in the room. Members of the media, the sign language interpreters, the sound guys who persisted with us through our challenges, the two program directors, thank you very much, Naledi, Tebang. The hotel itself, the Radisson Blu, we've had numerous challenges and they've bared with us throughout this process. To our former commissioners, thank you very much. To the CGE team who assisted in making this what it is, particularly Liandi in Free State, Tepang, Limpopo, Zanele, in KZN, Kuto in the Gauteng province, with the other supporting team, communications as well, thank you very much. To the Research and Policy Unit, thank you very much. All led by the CEO. I would like to thank our favorite person at the CGE, the CFO, who made this budget available for us and controlled it very strongly. Thank you very much. To the delegates more broadly, thank you very much, those who have attended personally and those who are online. The CGE wishes to extend our deepest gratitude and we wish to take this conversation forward. Thank you very much.
So it's as if I'm clairvoyant. I knew you wouldn't thank yourself. Thank you very much, Mpelo, for your leadership. It has been impactful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't waste any much of your time because I don't want to stand before you and your lunch. I know that flights have already been booked as well as shuttles. But from myself, just to thank you all for your audience. The room is still full and that says something, especially about our own commitment to the discourse itself and to the ambition that we have towards attaining gender equality, hopefully in our lifetime. I'm also grateful for your patience. I know that we moved things around from time to time. We didn't keep to time in some instances, but thank you very much. And for the grace that you have shown me. I'm seeing beautiful smiles. You've been encouraging. You've made this very easy for me to do. Thank you very much. I want to leave us with a quote. Someone said you're a researcher, you must say these things. So I want to leave us with a quote that says, "We cannot succeed when half of us are held back." Close quote, and that was said by Malala Yousafzai. And I think I would like to extend this a little bit by saying it's not just half of us. If we consider the full spectrum of gender diversities, it's more than half. So it's important that we carry this work forward. I wish you all the best, safe travels, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.